is the first participant, right?
Hello, can I have everyone's attention, please? So let's start this event. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the TiE Women UAE Pitch Competition 2023, sponsored by Transworld, a TiE global initiative to embrace, engage, and empower women entrepreneurs across the globe. Today's pitch offers an incredible opportunity to win $50,000 equity-free prize money. Hi, I'm Kashish, and it's my absolute pleasure to be the MC for today's competition. We hope this event will be an inspiring and exciting one as we delve into the innovative ideas of the top women entrepreneurs of the UAE. We would like to express our sincere gratitude to our Transworld, our valued sponsor, for making this event possible. Thank you, Transworld, for your generous support. Last week, we concluded two thrilling virtual competitions. On September 6th, Egypt's competition crowned Dr. Aya Al Arif as the winner of the EdTech gamified platform, Word. Then on the 7th, we hosted teams from Jordan, Bahrain, and Lebanon in the rest of the Middle East competition. Katira Studio, led by Rana Askul, claimed the winning title with its empowering woman-centric production house. Our jury faced with tough decisions both days, and we're excited for today's inspiring women entrepreneurs in action. Congratulations to all of you here today. You're already a winner. We've received over 165 applications from across the MENA region from all women-led licensed businesses. The TiE Women Initiative is a global movement with regional focus, offering opportunities to network, connect, and access mentors and investors from the world's largest entrepreneurship organization. Additionally, we'd like to acknowledge our esteemed community partners for the invaluable contribution to this event, namely Dubai Women Business Council, itsherstore.com, WAMDA, Bring, Start AD, Flat 6 Labs, Female Fusion, Livink, C3, Plug and Play Abu Dhabi, The Bureau, 22 Female Agent, and N5. Their support and collaboration have played a pivotal role in making this competition a resounding success. And once again, we extend our heartfelt thanks to our sponsor, Transworld, for their unwavering support in empowering women entrepreneurs. Thank you, Transworld, for championing this cause with us. Now let's move on to finding a little bit about TiE Dubai and who they are. TiE Dubai, the short for Indus Entrepreneurs Dubai, is not just an organization, it's a movement, a beacon of innovation that illuminates the path for success for visionaries, dreamers, and changemakers alike. It is part of the TiE initiative that was founded in 1992 in Silicon Valley, California, and has expanded since to become a global organization with chapters worldwide. This global network provides opportunities for cross-border collaborations, partnerships, and access to vast entrepreneurial ecosystem. The organization's primary mission is to foster entrepreneurship, nurture startups, and empower aspiring and established entrepreneurs through networking, mentoring, education, and various programs. TiE Dubai covers a wide range of industries including technology, healthcare, finance, e-commerce, and more, reflecting the diverse entrepreneurial landscape in Dubai. One of the key pillars of TiE Dubai is mentorship. They connect experienced entrepreneurs and industry experts with early stage startups and bidding entrepreneurs to provide guidance, advice, and mentorship. TiE Dubai also facilitates connections between startups and investors, helping startups secure funding to their fuel growth. This often includes pitch events, investor meetups, and other opportunities for startups to showcase their ideas for potential investors. Furthermore, TiE Dubai offers opportunities for individuals and organizations interested in becoming part of the entrepreneurial community. Membership typically includes access to exclusive events, mentorship programs, and other resources. We have an exciting day tomorrow, so please join us for another pitch competition and exclusively for Emirati women entrepreneurs, happening for the first time ever as part of the TiE Women Program 2023. Now, I would like to invite Krisha Babur here to talk about Thai women. So before we get into it, let's get to know a little bit about Krisha Babur. Krisha Babur is a remarkable individual who effortlessly balances an array of roles with unwavering dedication and hard work. She's not just a decision maker, but also a loving wife, dedicated daughter, and a nurturing mother to two wonderful children. In her capacity as a chapter lead for Thai Women, she's discovered a profound sense of purpose in contributing the lives of budding women entrepreneurs. Her personal journey has been marked by breakthrough and transformation. And she cherishes the fact that she's been able to evolve and grow alongside the people she works with. All in all, she's a multi-faced individual who values family, relationship, and personal growth. Her role as chapter lead for Thai Women is just one facet for a remarkable journey. Please welcome Krisha Babur.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Kashish, for such kind words. So, I stand before you today to introduce Thai Women MENA Program 2023. First of all, this remarkable journey wouldn't have been possible without the support and belief of our esteemed partner, Transworld. And another thing that I'd like to add is our honorable jury members, a huge thank you for your time, your expertise, and your patience in evaluating these impressive applicants that we have today. And I must tell you, it's not an easy task. A special note of thanks goes out to the TiE Dubai team. You've given me the privilege to be a part of this incredibly meaningful program. Your vision and commitment to fostering entrepreneurship in the MENA region have paved way for this initiative's success. And now let's turn our attention to the true stars of today, the founders who are embarking on their journey with Thai Women. It's providing a platform for talented founders who are on their entrepreneurial journey, seeking networking opportunities, mentorship, investor connection, and chance to be noticed on a global stage. Like Kashish mentioned, Thai Women MENA program runs across 5 different regions: Saudi Arabia, Egypt, rest of Middle East, UAE, and for the first time, we have a competition for Emirati founders. This year, we received about 165 plus applications, and applications went through a rigorous screening process with invaluable assistance from our charter members to bring out the best talent across various sectors. Today, you'll have the privilege of witnessing some of the finest founders and on this stage who are going to be mentored to go on to North Star GITEX, where we're going to have the regional finals. And if that's not enough, then the winner from there is also going to go to Singapore to pitch on the global stage at it's called TGS, Thai Global Summit. Thai Global Summit. So that's where they're going to go. So this journey is far from simple because it involves workshops, open mic nights, and countless learning opportunities for them. So, one more thing I'd like to add, that if any of you here are interested in connecting with these founders, please let us know. We're more than happy to connect you with them. Lastly, let's give a round of applause to these incredible women who have earned their place here today among a sea of entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Thank you, Krisha, for the wonderful speech. Now I would like to introduce Mr. PK for the opening remarks. So before that, let's have a little introduction about him. So Mr. PK, the President Emeritus of TiE Dubai and the Trustee of Global Board of TiE, is a versatile entrepreneur, an angel investor, and a mentor with interests in exponential technologies, innovation, and startups. With a diverse portfolio spanning in India, Middle East, and the US, he actively guides startups and has played a pivotal roles in their success. Please welcome Mr. PK.
Thank you, Kashish. I'd like to start by welcoming somebody very special. So we have a very young jury member here. The youngest jury member that I've seen. So good to have somebody like that here. Welcome. You start early. We want to see her pitching one day, soon. So a round of applause. So there are three words which can summarize, my feelings today. They will be elated, satisfied, and old. So I'll tell you the reason for each one of them. Elated because I see such an awesome set of people who are here today, and we'll hear about the great ideas that you guys are out to change the world with. We also have people who have been in the past sessions. I can see Hafsa, who went till Hyderabad for our finals, who will share with you how they feel and what they did. So it is a sense of elation that I have. Satisfied because of the simple reason that as TiE is a give back organization. All of us have other jobs. We actually decided that the only way society goes forward is when you pay it forward. So we do it, we actually encourage, we mentor, we support people who are now starting. And this hopefully goes on forever, and that's how humankind succeeds. So this gives me a level of satisfaction on behalf of TiE, on behalf of all the charter members and all the people who are doing what they're doing. Nobody's getting paid for this. They are actually doing it for the sake of continuity of us all. And old, because I feel old, because I've seen cycles happen. The TiE chapter is 21 years old now. We started here in Dubai Internet City in 2002. And I feel old, not because of age, but because of the fact that I see younger people taking the flame and taking it forward. The power of the TiE network is something which I learned about 30 years ago, and then we started doing that, and I hope you guys will understand and see the power. We are in 60 different cities globally, all continents. There are people, the founders, the startup founders, the charter members are some of the most powerful and successful people. And the idea for doing a competition and a TiE women competition in this case is to actually use that power of that network to exponentially support you to grow on a global stage. So the winners today will step up to go to our final Agitics, and then step up further to go to the global finals in Singapore this year, as Krisha mentioned, the TiE Global Summit. And hopefully that'll put them and give them a stage to actually take their idea global. So I wish you all luck. I wish all of you, irrespective of whoever finally wins, every one of you will be mentored and supported irrespective. Our network will support them. And hopefully we'll see 10 great startups come out which become successful from this room. Before I go, again, thank you very much for all the people who've made it happen, especially Anisha, thank you very much for being here. Transworld has been a great support to make this happen. Thank you very much as a group for supporting us. We have a group of, you see a lot of people, you saw the logos, people who have been community partners to let us make this happen. Thank you very much. Our hosts here at Infi. And, it would all go missing without, the core team of Krisha, Cicely, Kashish, and the two young ones who actually keep us sane. Thank you very much for actually making this happen, and all the best.
Thank you so much, Mr. PK, for the incredible speech. Now I would like to invite Ms. Anisha Ramakrishnan, our sponsor for today. So before that, let's introduce her. Ms. Anisha leads the Transworlds Group CSR and serves as the CEO of WAMI Capital, the family office. With a strong financial background and unwavering commitment to the family values, she ensures strategic wealth management and continuity. Her leadership sets an example of excellence, budgeting, finance, and social responsibility. Ms. Anisha also holds a master's in shipping, trade, and finance from Cass Business School, London, and a bachelor's in international affairs from Northern Eastern University, Boston. She's also completed big data analysis training at Kellogg School of Management, Chicago, with a vision for a brighter future. Please welcome Ms. Anisha.
Thank you for that introduction. Hi, ladies. Hi, gentlemen. Hi, entrepreneurs. Thank you so much for having me here. So I think it was Margaret Thatcher that said, if you want something to be said, tell a man. If you want something done, tell a woman. But jokes apart, I think what TiE is doing and what Transworld is very happy to do is empowering women. I think there's a different insight, there's a different value that sort of comes in with this. So very happy to be a part of this, very happy to be associated with something like this. In my personal journey itself, I think I got to where I am now. A lot of it came from the idea of getting mentored. So I think, from the 165 women that applied and the fierce 5 that are here, don't forget that it's very important to find a mentor that keeps guiding you and keeps pushing you and sort of, finding your North Star. So I think that's key, and I really hope you find someone that you can connect with and that guides you in that direction. And I think with the UAE itself, in the last decade, I think according to the World Bank, there have been around 20,000 startups by women alone. So I think it's no mean feat. There's a lot of glass ceilings, a lot of doors to open. But very proud of the ladies here, very proud of what you've achieved, and I'm sure when you go to Singapore, there'll be more and more to come. So thank you for having me here.
Thank you, Ms. Anisha, for the wonderful speech. Now moving on to the previous winner of TiE, Ms. Hafsa Kader. Before we get into it, let's get to know about her. Hafsa Kader is the founder and CEO of Inclusive, UAE's first inclusive employment platform in the history of nation. To receive social business certificate recognition by the UAE government for conducting disability inclusive employment activities. Hafsa Kader and her brother Ahmed Kader, a person with disability, began their journey for Inclusive Together in 2019. Today, Inclusive is an award-winning social enterprise that connects people with disabilities to inclusive employees across MENA. Inclusive has engaged over 500 brands till date to nurture inclusion in the region and to provide extensive talent, recruitment, and training services to employees and building a roadmap for disability inclusion across the MENA region. Hafsa Kader is the TiE Female Entrepreneur Competition winner 2022, runner-up TiE MENA Female Entrepreneurs Competition 2022, winner Visa She's Next MENA Program 2022, and the first place awardee for C3 companies creating Challenge, Accenture, and Standard Chartered Middle East Idea Accelerator 2022. In 2023, Hafsa Kader has represented her enterprise at the United Nations headquarters in UN. Please welcome Ms. Hafsa Kader.
Hi, everybody. It is really good to see so many beautiful, familiar faces, and I'm really showing up today for the network, and genuinely showing up here because I kind of owe a lot to this network. I wouldn't be here today, and don't take this sentence lightly. This team knows what it means if it wasn't for them. So the journey of going through and getting to know the network of TiE and the power of TiE has been especially very, very interesting for me. I have learned that this is a community of people who are absolute doers, and they are hell-bent on making sure that if you're looking for opportunities, you'll get those opportunities. There's so many networks that I've been a part of, but specifically the mentorship that the network provides you. It was the first time that a mentor looked into my eye and gave me the feedback that genuinely has changed the trajectory of how I do business. It's also the first time that I took an international trip to Hyderabad to pitch I'm Inclusive and what Inclusive does. What I didn't know was what would happen next. Soon after the recognition from the United Nations came, where I was expected to travel to New York, which is a 14 hours flight. I've never taken a flight longer than 4 hours, but if I hadn't done Hyderabad, honestly speaking, I wouldn't be prepared for New York. I wouldn't be prepared to do that journey on my own and go and have the strength and the resilience to actually, sit in a very unknown crowd and present what you're doing. So I think we have such an excellent opportunity amongst us as entrepreneurs, as female entrepreneurs, female male founders, just coming together and realizing that community is everything. It's extremely powerful. So keep running into each other, keep showing up for each other, and I'm always rooting for every entrepreneur out there. I know TiE is always rooting for me, so thank you so much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hafisa. Now, let's move on to, it is my absolute pleasure to invite our esteemed panel judges. We have Ms. Lena Malas, who is the founder and managing director of Aventura Parks, Dubai's largest zipline adventure park, spanning over 35,000 square meter gaff tree forest for all ages. With an MBA from Durham School of Business, UVA, and a BA in computer science from Baylor University, she boasts a decade of corporate experience in management consulting, project, and product management. An educator and coach, Lena's expertise extends to 7 Habits of Highly Teens, Reese Motivation Profile, and Leadership Circle. She serves on boards like YPO, Emirates Chapter, and Cairo American College, Egypt, hosting workshops for diverse businesses and organizations. Now introducing our second jury, Mr. Raid Hafiz. With 25 years of experience in technology development and commercial leadership, Mr. Raid Hafiz is the CEO of El Grocer, a leading online grocery platform in the UAE, acquired by Etisalat. His technical expertise and business acumen have enhanced El Grocer's customer experience and brand management. Prior roles include leading a management consulting firm and managing operations for Motorola Mobility in Middle East and Africa. Mr. Raid holds an MBA from Kellogg Business School of Management and BSc in Computer Engineering from Iowa State University, leveraging his skills for client and organizational success. Moving on to our third jury, Ms. Laine Braganza de Silva. Ms. Laine Braganza de Silva serves as the Cigna Healthcare Middle East CMO and Customer Expertise Lead for Cigna International Markets. With over 4 years in the Middle East leadership team, she establishes and strengthened the marketing team and elevated the brand following an acquisition. Prior roles include leading marketing strategy at Zurich Insurance Middle East for the B2B segment and serving as Access Middle East brand and marketing manager. Leanne holds a bachelor's degree in English literature from Mumbai University and postgraduate diplomas in mass communications and strategic marketing. Moving on to our fourth jury, Ms. Sophie Smith. Sophie is the founder and CEO of Nabda Health, a hybrid healthcare platform for women enabling and accelerated detection, diagnosis, treatment of chronic diseases in women emerging markets. Prior to NAPDA, Sophie worked for Accenture, a technology consultant, and founded several impact enterprises, including My Zindagi, a doctor finding platform based in Pakistan, and Lay Plastics, a plastic recycling company based in Sierra Leone. Sophie's lifetime ambition to make healthcare affordable, accessible for all women. Sophie read history at the University of Cambridge and completed an MBA with Quantic School of Business and Technology. Now, before we begin the pitches, I would like to go over some of the rules for the competition. Each team will be given 8 minutes to pitch. 2 minutes before the time is up, you will hear a bell. Please begin to wrap up your presentation. At 8 minutes, you will hear 4 bells to indicate your presenting time is up. This will be followed by a 4-minute Q&A portion by our jury members. I would like to request all the jury members to stick to the time as much as possible and to allow all the members in the jury to take part in the Q&A, and to keep with the follow-on questions towards the end unless it's critical immediately. We would like to give all the jury members a fair chance for all their questions. There won't be any questions or disrupting the team in the middle of the presentation. Each team will also be given each pitcher will be given 2 options to use. One will be handheld mic like this one, and the other option is a ladder, which is towards at the back, if you require that. Our audience is also recommended to scan the QR code to get involved with the scoring, wherein one can grade the performances. Please note that these grades will not affect the final result. So, let's welcome our first team of the show, Bazaar, presented by Alyssa Mariano.
Hi, everyone. Thanks to TiE and thanks to the jury. Do I just get started? Great. I'm Melissa, co-founder and CEO of Bazaar. If you're anything like me, your closets are packed full of clothing that you haven't worn in months, let alone years. On average, about 80% of a person's closet is sitting idle and unused, and that's the equivalent of $460 billion worth of trapped inventory worldwide. People are currently using marketplaces such as Facebook Marketplace, but they continue to feel frustrations, such as dealing with couriers themselves, payments themselves, even people ghosting them. Not to mention super high fees that other marketplaces charge people for selling their unwanted fashion. A true peer-to-peer marketplace doesn't exist for mainstream resale fashion in this region. On top of that, the fashion industry is the world's 3rd largest polluter and 2nd largest consumer of the world's water supply. With thrifting being Gen Z and millennials' preferred way to shop, there's a huge gap in the market in this region. With Bazaar, we've formalized this process by building a peer-to-peer marketplace dedicated to resale fashion in the region. Using Bazaar is simple. Simply upload a couple of pictures of the item that you want to sell. You can categorize it and choose your own price. Once it's listed, buyers can search and filter through the items until they find their perfect purchase. Once a buyer completes the transaction, the courier is automatically dispatched to pick up the item from the seller's house and deliver it to the buyer. The funds are then automatically transferred into the seller's wallet, and they then can withdraw into their own bank account. Our current business model is we take a 12% fee on each transaction that happens on the platform, and that's in addition to the fixed delivery costs and added on top of the seller's desired profit. For example, if a bag is being sold for 400 dirhams, the seller's profit is 335 dirhams, the courier charges 15, and our transaction fee is 50 dirhams. With version 2 of our platform that we're launching later this year, we're introducing a couple of additional revenue streams, and that includes a tiered pricing model and a subscription model. With Gen Z and millennials choosing to shop secondhand platforms first, the growth rate of the resale market is growing at a rate of 11 times faster than the overall retail market, and it's estimated to overtake the fast fashion market by 2029. We're targeting the $10 billion MENA secondhand clothing market. Looking internationally, there are other similar platforms with similar business models that have seen highly successful exits. That includes Poshmark in the US, which IPO'd and was acquired for $1.2 billion, Depop in the UK was acquired for $1.6 billion, and Vinted is valued at over $4.5 billion. Since launching in early 2021, we've seen impressive results without spending much on marketing so far. We've already acquired over 25,000 users, over 35,000 listings valued at over $1.5 million. We can see up to 450 orders per month and on average 5 orders per active buyer. We have a low cost per acquisition of $1, and 90% of our new users come from organic acquisition channels. So this reinforces the fact that this platform has been much needed in this region. We've also soft launched in Saudi and continue to see impressive results there so far. We are currently raising $500,000, and that's to build on our current success, expand, and scale further. This year, we're launching version 2 of our app, which includes an Arabic version and a rebrand, expanding our team, doing a full launch in Saudi, and hitting key KPIs by the end of the year, which includes 2,000 orders per month and $1 million in annualized GMV. We've already raised $230,000, and that's from Flat 6 Labs and an angel investor who previously invested and exited in Depop. And we're the right team to do it. I'm Alyssa, co-founder and CEO, and I have over 10 years of tech and marketing experience, and I've been obsessed with thrifting and buying and selling resale fashion since I was younger. My grandparents used to take me to antique shops when I was a child. And our co-founder and CTO is Mohammed. He has over 15 years of tech experience, including at STC, and he is ex-Hunger Station. With the over $460 billion worth of trapped, untapped inventory worldwide, collecting dust in closets globally, we encourage you to download our app, sell your clothing with us, and join our community. Thank you.
So, judges, do you have any questions for Alyssa?
Hi.
Thank you for your presentation. How do you handle returns, and are they allowed?
Yes. So we do allow returns. There's a couple of ways. So one, if sellers want to facilitate their own returns, we do allow it. But the buyer basically has to pay for the courier charge back. If there is an item that is damaged and it wasn't as described on the profile, we will facilitate that ourselves. But we do see very, very low return rate. So that's actually under 1% of all our monthly sales, which is extremely low for the industry. We believe that that's because people understand that they can just go back onto the platform and resell something. For example, if something doesn't fit or they don't like it, they can just go back on and resell it.
Thanks, Alyssa. Who do you consider is your nearest competition?
Good question. So we actually, as a mainstream resale fashion platform, we don't have direct competition in the region. We do have indirect competition. So of course there's Luxury Closet, but they focus on only luxury items. The more general marketplaces, so that's Dabizzle, Facebook Marketplace, Instagram, but it's pretty challenging to sell on those platforms because they're more general. It's hard to categorize and filter items for fashion. And then there are, as well, a couple of new startups that are popping up, but again, they're luxury focused. So no one is actually mainstream resale fashion in this region. We do have the international platforms as well, so that includes Depop, Poshmark, Vinted, but they are the more international ones, so they're not fully functioning in this region, but we do see it as a potential exit in the future at some point.
Yeah, I think it's a good USP, and obviously you've got first mover advantage. How do you intend to grow across the region, and also in doing so protect your position from new market entrants?
Good question. So in the next year, our plans include we're completing a rebrand currently, so we're launching version 2 of our app in October, actually, next month. And that includes a couple of new revenue streams and new features. So that will include, for example, people can verify their profiles, so that will give more confidence to buyers. And with this rebrand, we're introducing an Arabic version of the app, which will then allow us to complete our full launch in Saudi, which we intend to do by the end of the year, and then Egypt early next year. So once we do have that Arabic version, then we will start to scale quicker after that.
I just had another question about customer service. Do you get a lot of, does it go to you? How do you handle that? And is it intensive?
Yes, good question. I mean, customer service is something that I actually have a customer service background, so it is one of our main priorities. We do have a customer success manager, and she's amazing at managing the customer service inquiries. We do get a good amount of customer service inquiries, but they go either directly to her or someone that's else on her staff. And we're usually quite good at handling them quite quickly and resolving them quite quickly. So we keep it super priority, top of mind, and everyone's super happy with that service. So, yeah.
You said that your cost of acquisition is $1, right?
Yes.
Which is quite low, obviously, and but you said you also have a lot of organic traffic. What activities do you do? What do you plan to do? I mean, with the 500,000 to kind of accelerate the growth? And if I may, one more question is, how long will the 500,000 cover you?
Yes. So with the 500,000, we are splitting it basically 40% growth, 40% tech, and 20% on operations. We do see a lot of organic growth, so that is a lot of word of mouth. Actually works well for us. For example, I was at lunch a couple weeks ago, and a table of women next to us was talking about where one girl found her top, and she said from the Bazaar app. So it's quite cool hearing that people kind of around Dubai use the app and they find really cool things on there. So we will be using, 40% on tech, 40% on growth, and 20% on operations. And we really want to double down on building that sense of community. So we've seen it be really successful with Depop, which was acquired by Etsy, Poshmark. They've really built a sense of community where people are confident with their buys and their sellers. And so we believe that that will really help us kind of grow and scale, especially in this region. People want to feel safe when they're buying and selling from other people. And it's good quality items. So we're going to double down on that and grow further. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, thank you, Alyssa, and thank you, judges. Now let's move on to our next startup, Maternally, presented by Yasmin. Please welcome Maternally.
Sorry for that. Hello, everyone. My name is Yasmin Al-Muallim. I'm an international board-certified lactation consultant, a mental health first aider, and I'm the CEO and founder of Maternally. 2 years ago, I was on a call with Selma, a new mother, for breastfeeding counseling. She was telling me that she was always exhausted, didn't feel like talking to anyone or going out. And while she was telling me how hard things were getting and how hard it was for her to tolerate her baby's crying, she told me, Yasmin, I feel I want to leave my baby and my husband. What I thought was a breastfeeding support call was in fact a cry for help. Selma, like many new mothers, had undiagnosed postpartum depression, which affects mothers 4 to 6 weeks after delivery. Unattended, it could have an impact on the mother, the child, the family, and the entire society. Mothers might feel confused. They might not understand what is going on with them. They might feel trapped and think they can't tell anyone what they're going through. Salma is not the first, nor is she the last woman who might go through a similar experience. She could be a new mom, a woman trying to conceive, and a mother who experienced pregnancy or infant loss. With a show of hands, or if you can scan the QR code, do you know a Salma? She could be a mother that you've met, someone you know, someone you heard about. I'll give you a minute if you would like to scan the QR code. Or maybe less than a minute. According to the World Health Organization, 20% of mothers experience mental health disorders before and after childbirth. This is 1 in 5 mothers. A study done in the UAE showed us that it is expected that 33% of women in the UAE could have experienced mental health disorders, and these are the reported results. The economic impact of untreated maternal mental health disorders in the US is estimated to be $14 billion. Our research indicated that mothers wanted mental health support that is accessible, provides professional help, and that is discreet. This is the foundation of Maternally. Maternally is an online platform that caters to women's mental health needs during their motherhood journey. It will be multilingual from the start. It will enable mothers to look for healthcare professionals and book an appointment. Resources will be reliable and evidence-based. Maternally will build a community for social support. We will have instant help in case needed, and we've even added the emergency exit button for that extra peace of mind. The market is growing. Maternal and child healthcare is estimated to reach $1.2 trillion. Mental health, $500 billion. And digital health, $260 billion. There are around 140 million births globally every year. And in the MENA, Middle East and Northern African region, there are 13 million births, out of which 100,000 births are in the UAE. Translated, these numbers are $16 billion globally. In the MENA region, $1.5 billion, and $12 million in the UAE. When we look at the competitive landscape, we see that there are 3 different categories in the ecosystem. We have self-care, social support, and therapy and counseling. Maternally will cover the entire ecosystem as an app dedicated to women during their motherhood journey. We will be having Maternally will have 3 tiers of monthly subscriptions where mothers can choose the package that best suits their needs. At the beginning, we have the wellness essentials with the introductory therapy. Next, we'll be having the light care with light therapy sessions, and then the advanced care with advanced package with the advanced therapy sessions. It is the right time to enter. The market is growing, and there are a lot of mergers and acquisitions. We have made a lot of progress since we started, And earlier this year, we were focusing on establishing company creation in the UAE and in the UK. Next, we will be focusing on testing the platform. And in 2024, we will work towards achieving medical device certification, integrate with insurance companies while launching in Saudi Arabia and Bahrain, and adding additional languages. Maternally has caught the media's attention, and Maternally has caught the media's attention, and we've been featured in many publications. And in 2022, we had 2 interviews where I was able to introduce Maternally and talk more about the importance of maternal mental health care. We're a bootstrapped startup, and we have received $350,000 in grants and in-kind support. Thank you. And we're asking for $500,000 for customer acquisition, develop the product further, and to grow the team. And we're also asking for legal and regulatory support. My team and I are dedicated and passionate professionals with a collective experience of 50 years in NGOs, technology startups, and S&P 100 companies. It was an idea that we had, and in 2021, Maternally was born. And with the vision, the strong vision that we have, and the deep values that Maternally has, we've attracted talent from the Pacific Ocean till the Mediterranean Sea. We've had brilliant interns, our pioneers, who really believed in our cause and wanted to support Maternally, and gave Maternally in 2022, summer of 2022, for 6 weeks, gave Maternally all they have with everything they could, and supported our cause. Please join us. Please join us in supporting Salma and other mothers live their motherhood journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Yasmin. Any questions, judges?
So, very nice job, Yasmin. So, question: you said that you've focused this year on getting incorporated, getting the legal structure. But what else have you done? Because you said that you've had interns, and so what else has been done up till now?
So we were focusing on building the platform. So we have the platform on the customer interface and the doctor's interface, and we were mainly focusing on that. And in addition to that, we were doing some research as well, and we've been in incubators and accelerators to help us support us in validating the idea, validating the market, the business plan that we're having, and to get more feedback.
So I have 2 questions. The first one is, how are you helping someone to self-identify that they need to come onto the app in the first place? Because there's a lot of stigma attached just to saying that you're depressed, or or even admitting to yourself that you have an issue. So how are you going to be attracting people to come to the app, and how do they self-identify?
Absolutely. So as you can see at the beginning, the name doesn't say anything about mental health care or therapy or anything. So we've had this from the beginning, this idea that Maternally will be inclusive and will be easy to talk about and to be associated with. So this is one. The second thing is that we are trying to support mothers who are struggling with their mental health, but we are also trying to reach mothers before they need the desperate help. So this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to, if you want, help them in the preventative measures, as opposed to going to them when they're in the final stages of need.
And my second question is, do you have a target size of sign-ups that you're looking to get in the next 2 years?
So at the beginning, we're looking at maybe first 2 years having 10,000 after our launches in the region, in the GCC. And we hope that we can reach as many mothers as possible to support them in this really needed
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yes. Sorry.
Are you primarily selling from a B2C or B2B perspective?
So we're partnering with the healthcare providers to support mothers, support customers. So we're doing B2B, B2C. We will be
For B2B2C and B2C,
Yeah.
community building is very important. How are you planning to work with the local communities here in the UAE and the sort of influence in other social media communities to grow brand awareness?
So that's why we're working tirelessly. Really, we're really trying our best to find out what is really the missing piece in the community building, and in order for us to make it properly available for mothers in a proper way, in an easy, accessible way, we're trying to reach the experts in the field, and we will do all the research that we need as well. And that's another thing which is required by us to do, is the legal and regulatory research. And this is what we need support with as well.
Yeah, thank you so much for your
Thank you.
presentation, Yasmin. I just a little expanding on a question is the cultural barriers of this region. Since COVID, mental health has come a long way in terms of addressing it and actually understanding the issues around mental health. There are still large barriers in our region, and people often say, oh, just turn to family, and going to go visit someone, what do you need that for? How are some of the things that you're doing overcoming those barriers?
So, as you said, in our region, it is a stigmatized topic, and our research showed that it's not only in the region, it is everywhere, in the US and the UK and India, everywhere. It is a taboo, it's still stigmatized. So the only way is to be, we've found out that having a community, having like-minded individuals support you, provide you with information, tell you their story, and then you can relate with them, this would make it easier for you to open up or to maybe accept support or accept the fact that you might need support. And as we said, we are trying to support mothers in terms of giving them the self-care that they might need, the reliable resources that would help them find out information that would help them navigate this issue and be able to support themselves.
Thank you. And
Thank you.
In addition, how much work and how much of your business plan is counting on insurance allowing this to be covered?
We're still navigating this section, so at the moment I do not have a response regarding the insurance part, but we're definitely looking into it, and we're working on connecting with the insurance department. Thank you.
The 4 minutes are up, so if you guys have any last questions, so you can ask.
So I just wanted to know, what are your plans for how you will deploy the 500K? I mean, what are your top 3 things that you will use the funding for?
So our app needs, the platform would be needing a lot of work because it is in the very preliminary stages. We also need the financing for customer acquisition. And as well, we are only 3 founders, and we've had brilliant, amazing interns supporting us. So we know the importance of having someone on board supporting us in addition to the founders. So we will definitely also need to grow our team. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Yasmin, and thank you, judges. Now let's move on to our next team, Diagno, presented by Marina Soul.
Take your time.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks so much for having me today. Hello, everyone. I'm Marina, the founder of Diagno, health tech company focusing on diagnostics for women's hormonal health and fertility, empowering women to be in control of their own health. The problem that we're facing today is that 30 million women globally struggle to get pregnant every year. And from official health system standpoint, infertility is not even considered a disease until 1 or 2 years of unsuccessful tries. This journey is full of stress, pain, and is extremely expensive, though some of the issues could have been treated if detected on time. The only way to help that today is to have diagnostics that allows for higher fidelity and reasonable cost. The only way for women to have that is to live in the lab, which is obviously not practical. So we at Diagno solve that. For me, fighting this problem is a very, very personal payback story. My mother spent 50 years of her career treating women hormonal and reproductive disorders. Thanks to her research, I had the privilege to be born to this world as one of the first IVF babies in my home country. So I always knew I was kind of destined to do what I do to build businesses at the intersection of healthcare and technology. And then it happened that my second child is also IVF. So I kind of know the process inside out, if you want. The idea of Diagno came to me during COVID times when those PCR testing technologies emerged and when the habit of consumers being able to test themselves at home was born. Essentially, the 3 key pillars of our offering are the objective data from the biosensors, the algorithms for personalized analytics, and the ability to have timely recommendations and timely decisions from the doctors online. So the product itself is a patent-pending medical device. Yes, so we're a hardware and a software company. The product is consisting of the device itself, the test strips, and the mobile application accompanying it. It works with the most non-invasive and user-friendly biomarker, saliva. So basically, you can have instant results and you can track continuously your personal hormonal fluctuations. inside our app, you can also either use the chatbot to know more about hormonal health and how hormones affect our life, or have the online consultation with physician to take your journey to the next level. We call this a lifetime LTV, if you want, because the number of indications that we're working with will only grow. We're starting with fertility, but actually the same hormones regulate other indications throughout the woman's journey, basically through life. So be it planning pregnancy, be it recovering after childbirth, or like taking care about the postpartum depression, or be it managing unwanted symptoms related to other endocrinological disorders, or going through menopause. This all can be diagnosed if we know which hormones are not right. Yeah. So all these indications, as I said, constitute the market. Yeah, basically the market of women's health is huge globally. It's over 50 billion, and it grows at 5% rate each year. And the point-of-care testing segment grows even faster. So we have found here the sweet spot where we want to start and grow our market, and this is what we did in the Gulf countries. Why? Because, first of all, the infertility rates here are one of the highest in the world, over 40%. Women are affected in this or other way. Secondly, the state is very, taking very good care and taking very good strategic positions towards the innovations in health. And finally, the digital-based solutions for women's health in this market are not yet that big, except for NAFTA Health, probably. So that's why we're here. We're lucky to be supported already by Alchemist Accelerator in 5 and Flat 6 labs, and thanks to their support, we've been doing a lot of progress within the last 9 months. Actually, we have launched here in the UAE our first product, which is a test system for detecting ovulation based on estrogen as a hormone. So we launched the first device and the mobile application. We have distributed first 400 units for the testing purposes and have got already some commercial pre-orders on the market, direct to consumer. We have also signed 2 distribution agreements, one in Saudi, one in the UAE, and excuse me, and have secured a couple of pilots with the clinics here in the region. And our B2B development manager already started outreach clinics here in Dubai. Besides that, inside our app, we have our proprietary algorithm developed for ovulation prediction. And also, we work to create 2 models that additionally assess the risks for women planning pregnancy on their stress and anxiety levels, because these 2 factors can also influence the ability to conceive. We have applied for local regulatory guidance, and we already have the FDA listing for our first product. And finally, our R&D pipeline for the next 12 months is based on the 5 next hormones that we're going to detect, also with saliva. And like we can say that globally a couple of companies are working also on progesterone or on estrogen, but something like thyroid hormones and prolactin will be just for us proprietary. That's why we already filed the first provisional patent, and we will be continuing to protect our intellectual property further on. Our business model is actually pretty simple. So we sell the device itself, B2C and B2B2C, so like through clinics. And we sell the subscriptions for the test strips as a consumables and the in-app services. Right now we're raising a 1 million seed round. As I mentioned, we already got some money from the investors. This round we got 270, and before that another 100K in our bank account. And where right now, for the rest of the money, we will be utilizing them to grow our sales. That's the first priority. So that means B2C marketing and B2B sales team. We're planning to launch 3 hormones in the next 3 months, and also to do some software improvements and add new functions to the app. Thank you. The team that's doing this project is united here really for a mission, and we're united based on the same values and aspirations. And all of us have either experience in healthcare or experience working with women's and kids products. this or other way. Actually, all of them are here supporting me today. So very happy for your support, guys. So yeah, I mean, we're real and we're really passionate about what we do. And you know, we have the product ready. We're figured our first way into market. Can say we're basically not experimenting anymore. We know the steps that we need to do to grow. What we really need is the like-minded partners who would share our mission to help women realize their desired family size. So that's why I'm here, and would be happy if you join us in that mission. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Marina. Do you have any questions, judges?
So in terms of, you mentioned there's a 40% infertility rate in this region. Was there any underlying reason why in your research?
Yeah, I love that question. Thank you for that. Actually, one of the big reasons is exactly sort of a hormonal imbalance, which is, in one point, is regulated by the deficit of vitamin D. And the deficit of vitamin D is very ironic. I mean, we're in a place where there's a lot of sun, but people either don't spend enough time because it's too hot, or some of the women are covered, so they naturally don't get enough sun. And that's actually been the reason, not only for fertility issues, but also for some other endocrinological problems. But yeah, if to name a single reason, that would be it, together with like lifestyle and dietary issues as well.
All right, thank you very much. Focus a bit for me on the business model, because I understand you're selling devices and strips, but it didn't come across that is your core, what you're trying, so can you give me a bit more insight now or in the future? How do you plan on growing the business financially?
Sure. So it's like if to give an analogy, it's a razor blade model, right? So we sell the device. The device, it's like $100 product, right? And then, for the device, we sell it through clinics. So clinics, it's like a glucometer for gynecologists, if you want, or for endocrinologists. So they recommend device, or they can even sell it depending like on the clinic configuration, right, if it's a small or big account. So they recommend it to the patient. Patient can fulfill the order either online or in the pharmacy, yeah, and then starts to use the device. And then she can fulfill the test strips on a monthly basis or by the subscription. So for the estrogen product, the subscription is for 6 months, yeah, which is another like 6 packs of 10 strips each. And then she can buy, hopefully the woman gets pregnant, then she can buy another test strips for another hormones, another combination of test strips, and so on and so on. So she always would have, the cases where she would need to know what's going on, either for herself or because she's connected to the doctor in the app, if she's been recommended by the doctor to begin with. So it's like both ways, either like self-planning or connected to the doctor model.
Thank you.
And how much does the device and strips cost?
So the initial package, as I say, it's like 365 dirhams or $100, right? Okay. Which is a device and the 10 strips initially, which is like good for a month of usage.
Okay. And then how does that compare to other devices? So I don't mean competitors. So, when you think about the out-of-pocket expense for somebody, in your opinion, how does that compare to what they would spend on other items? Is that above market average or in line?
Yeah, thanks for that question. Here in the region, I can only compare to the solutions like clear blue type of things, if you're familiar, like basic urine test strips. They don't have any digital component, no app, no monitoring, no connection to doctor. So, their cost would be like 3 times less. Yeah, so yeah, for sure we're above, but we're still not like a $1,000 device. On the other hand, if we look like at the US market, just as a benchmark, the one product that has been there for several years costs $250.
Okay.
Yeah. So again, if they come, should they choose to, we'll be better positioned in terms of pricing.
Okay. Thank you.
It'd be good to get a little more color on the use of funds and specifically the split between commercial and R&D activities.
Thanks for your question. Yeah, basically 60% we reserve for the commercial one, which is more or less like 50-50 split between B2C and B2B activities. B2C is pretty straightforward, yeah, it's advertising, or like community management, which we already do a lot, like in terms of content marketing and 50,000 reach monthly we have about for our social media platforms. For the B2B, it's more like events, sales team, commission models for doctors, for clinics, and so on. The 40% split, I would say it's like 25 to 15 towards the R&D, yeah? Because we try to do the partnerships in our R&D means, so like we're talking to some university labs where we can use their machines so that we don't need to spend, much of the hard money for that. But of course, we still need money for R&D in terms of regulatory dossier preparation and all of that. And for the application itself, yeah, it's like the 15%, I would say.
Is further development required to bring the other 3 hormone tests to market in terms of clinical studies, peer-reviewed publications, or are those ready to go and just waiting on kind of commercial money for inventory?
For the 3 new ones, we did the first piece of the research. Now we need to test it in the labs. So that's exactly what we do now. We're kind of selecting the partner with whom we will be doing the tests, the clinical tests. And based on these clinical tests, these are the plan for the peer-reviewed publications. Yeah.
You mentioned you have a patent filing, provisional patent. What is it about? Because you said there's also another company in the US that has a similar device. Mm-hmm. So what's your patent for?
The patent is for technology of detection and for the algorithm that basically translate that data into the application-based results. And like globally speaking, there are a couple of companies in the world that are in this area, yeah, which is good. If there were none, that means there's no interest, I would say. The Mira one, which I mentioned in the US, they have completely different technology. So we're not, for the R&D part, we're not competing. For the business parts, not yet.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Marina. Thank you, judges. Now I would like to call up the next team, Mike Local, presented by Olga Naida.
Hello, everyone. My name is Olga, as you know now, and I'm from the team of B2B SaaS solution. And what we saw that, maybe I'll introduce you one of my friends. He don't speak in English, and maybe you also have that friend as well. And he told me that when I go and search on Google, and if I search in English, I have a headache. So that's why, of course, I search in Chinese. And can you imagine how many businesses he will find here in UAE if he will search in Chinese? So currently, the internet is not so inclusive as we think. More than half of the websites made in English, but native English speakers as a users are only 4.7%. So the rest of the people, all of them, they're not receiving the same information as English speakers does. So, and the thing is that, for example, in CIS region, people reading Harvard Business Review 5 years later, just because nobody translates for them earlier. And we found that problem on the market, that we may change it. We may bring equality there. And there is example of one of our clients. They connected to our platform, and after that, they became visible on many, many languages in different countries on the search results. So if somebody wants to solve their problem on their native language, they just go and search, as people do in Germany, France, or Spain. They find the business that we connected to our platform. Here's one of the examples of media portals based here in Dubai. They wrote content initially only in English. There's some small dot in UAE was the priority of their traffic. Some bots from US, and because they wrote a few articles about Russian entrepreneurs, they got traffic from there as well. But English didn't solve their problem of obtaining more audiences and more users. And what happened when they connected to our platform? We distributed their content all around the world, applied around 10 languages to their platform. So because of that, they became visible on search engines, even in China, even in Southern America, and started getting traffic from there. And of course, they increased their pricings on advertising because they obtained more visitors. So this is how looks like our market potential. This is how we see that in the future. But what's happening now, SEO and localization is around $130 billion, and it's growing around 10% more each year. So we expect to see in 2030 around 230 billion. And what's happening also, we plan to earn $38 million in 2025 because of automated solution that we provide. So the thing is that we may handle as like 10 clients as 10,000 clients because we're automating the whole process of applying that solution to the websites. So we sell to D2C businesses who's selling directly to customer from their website. So we do as well, and we sell from our website to our clients. And also we use B2B2B platform, like B2B2B approach, when we sell bundles to marketing agencies and SEO agencies. So this is how they may resell us and use as much margin as they want. Currently we have 30 businesses connected to our platform that already scaling. And we achieved $4,500 monthly revenue, recurrent payments. So this is like our basic, and I'm actually here to for fundraising as well, because we need to build scalable model, fully scalable with the user interface, with all the details that will, compete on the international market. Currently, we have in the partners Microsoft and Google asking us to join their startups program. That was very, very exciting because they approached us first. And this is our team. Here I am. I have around 7+ years of experience in building digital products, working in the marketing and design agencies. So like I understand what people asking when they go on foreign markets, when they go and ask, I want to have more clients, give me a button money, like that. So Alexei and Tony, they are technical and also content distribution and digital marketing people. So with their expertise, we can build that scalable product itself. So we're working on that almost a year together within 5. So our advisors, it's a people who are our doors openers. They helping us to get first client. They helped us to approach even Emirates, but we were too small to provide them right service. So like we see the huge potential with the people that's supporting us. And asking now $850,000 with a minimum commit 100,000, but we're closing our round that week. And we're offering also to join, and we can discuss smaller checks if somebody wants to apply to our journey. And we plan to spend the money on operations, as I said, on the scalable product development, and on the marketing as well, because currently we have clients that are applying, but we still didn't find that niche where we can put a lot of money and earn a lot of money. So it's like seed round stage when we need to find that most marginable channel of the revenue. Yeah, that's my contacts. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Olga. Judges, do you have any questions?
I'm going to jump in here. So nice. Thank you, Olga. So today you're doing just normal SEO, or are you actually creating content for your clients?
Currently, we're not creating content. It's kind of trap that we may get in. If we will start creating content for them, we will not build a SaaS solution.
So tell me more about your SaaS solution, because you only said we're going to build a SaaS solution, but what's the overall value that it's, what is it actually going to do?
I will discuss in pictures. So Glocal is a solution that takes a website, translate that up to 109 languages, and for each language we create subdomain version. So that subdomain version for search engines is kind of local version for particular country. And we use specific meta tags and telling to search engines, see, this is not the copy or something of the website. This is alternative version on another language for particular country. So what we see in the future, what we can do, we can change the website according to location of the person. So like we apply also some meta tags currently to improve SEO, like on-page SEO, not off-page SEO, but only that's one that's happening on the one page and the whole website. And also the thing that we do, we magnify the efforts of the SEO. So if people like did SEO, so one of the clients that came to us, they said, we have a good SEO in CIS region, but we don't have any idea how to go on Southern America. And they started targeting that market. The customer acquisition cost was too high. They spent a lot of money on the existing SEO. So for them, we kind of like a painkiller when we're showing them the way how they may achieve that new audience. And we do like 90% of job for them with optimizing of the websites. For example, some businesses, they wrote, I don't know, like 10,000 articles to obtain some audience. And what do? We multiply that 10,000 for another audiences automatically. And we have accuracy of translation for European languages around 98%. For Arabic, sadly, it's around 80%. So we're waiting for, and looking for the vendor locally with AI that will be able to handle us this market.
I suppose that this product is ideal for customers who have a product that sells internationally. So have you done any, is that true? And have you done any market research on what the size of that market is by country? So like here I am in UAE, I might have a lot of international products, but maybe in Spain it may not be as applicable. I'm not sure, I'm just picking countries out. How does, are you marketing this globally, or are you focusing it here, or what is your plan in terms of understanding the market size and who your customer is?
We understood that internalization of the businesses is growing. Like everybody knows that, for example, there is. I'm sorry, just forgot one term. So what happening in the international field? For example, blockchain field is a completely international, and currently the market is not so high, but we're expecting that it will grow, and that businesses totally need to be international. In case of European countries, all of them struggling of the problems of translating their websites because they usually sell more than in one country because it's the same region. And for example, for e-commerce, which we are not handling yet, but we plan to develop solution for them because it's more complicated, we cannot afford it yet. They spent around 17 euro to translate one SKU. So like for when they have 1,000 or 10,000 SKUs, sometimes it's takes too much time from them even to synchronize all content for all languages, so they're ready to pay for it. And in case of local markets, it works as well. For example, as in UAE, if I go and search, for example, in Chinese here, I will find only those businesses that translated their websites, or some Chinese companies that translate, like Chinese companies from China that made specific pages to grab the users in this region. So that's happening with every language actually. And what do? We provide from $50 per month solution for small businesses when they can connect alternative language for their website and work locally in the region. For big businesses that goes abroad, we provide service from $150, and for enterprises it costs $500 per month and plus.
Okay.
Thank you too.
Thanks. So this is interesting. So how does your, when you supply this to the companies, I'm understanding that you're providing a translation of the website at scale to companies, along with SEO, right? And what is the integrity of the language translation? Because I think I understood that you're doing a combination of translation and AI. So what is the integrity of the translation? Because you know how it is when stuff is written up, at least when we translate websites, we need to make sure that there's proper proofreading and then the actual language is translated in the right way in which it's meant to be interpreted in the next language. How do you manage that integrity?
We have a few options. For enterprises, we provide some proofreading, but it costs a lot and it's not effective for us. But for the rest of the companies, we have glossary. When business can put required text, they may hire, I don't know, on a Fiverr somebody for $10. They will do them this proofreading with our tool, and that will work for them as well.
And how does this work with Google's existing ranking algorithm? Do you have to compete with it? Do you already apply some package thinking to when you go to companies?
So we follow all the guidelines of Google. So we're not against and we're not cheating or something. We're just following their rules to make it user-friendly and to make it, recognizable for search engines, what we did and for what as well. So this is why we use subdomains, not in the folders.
Okay. And do you compete, sorry, last question.
Yeah, no worries.
Do you compete with other website companies that build websites? Or what are your competitors right now in this space?
So we compete with a company named Wiglot. It's only translation company. They do not do any SEO features related to that. And actually, we even can handle some websites that they cannot do. And that was our glory when we understood that they cannot work with that. And also, we compete with SEO agencies that do manual job and they don't want to shift somehow. Because let me explain. When you go abroad, you need to automate a lot because that is expensive. And like SEO agencies sometimes do that manually, or they have inside some developed things already for solving. But it's not a scalable thing. They do not sell it somewhere. It cannot be applied to many, many websites. So actually we compete with some custom solutions that was provided specifically to like minor problem solving. Yeah, but we like a huge, how to say, huge solution for the future simplification of SEO entirely.
One last question. Can you handle e-commerce sites?
Not yet, because it's very, very expensive. When we calculated backlog, it was too much. Thank you.
Oh, can I ask one final question?
Yeah, sure.
You said you basically issue lots of subdomains. Who controls the DNS? Is it the company or is it you? And how do you generate them?
So we use infrastructure. We generate CNAME record for the customer. So that customer put that CNAME record inside of their domain, and that's all. So actually we kind of proxy, synchronizing main website version with the subdomain versions that we did.
One per language?
Yeah, one per language, exactly.
But you're hosting?
Not really. We use serverless tech. When we take and cache in a specific data center. Like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Olga. Thank you, judges. So whilst the judges have 2 minutes on the feedback survey, I will have some one question, if you don't mind.
No worries.
So one question I have is, can you describe a memorable mentorship or networking experience that has particularly been impactful for your business?
Oh, unexpected, you know? Before that, in my mind was only asking proper questions and showing my pitch. I would like to tell thank you to one in 5 startups here, even to 2 in 5 startups, and maybe more, but like the 2 was more influential for me. One is the Let It Up. It's a guys that provide trading tools for like young traders who do not know how to interact with that. And I understood that like a scaling business inside is not what I'm imagined before, and how to work with communities as well. That was like a mind-blowing thing for me. And the second startup here is the 30 Sleeps. And actually, Osama Shauki, he is one of our advisors. And I understood how B2B sales works after that. You know, he showed me that long presentation with the 60 slides and said, this is sales for millions. What you show it to me like 4 slides, it will never sell. And he showed me how to calculate everything, how to make a proper offer. And that was like, this is what I miss actually in an accelerator infrastructure. This is what nobody taught us. So this is what we need to grab from other founders and put in our minds. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing such a wonderful experience. Okay, the next team I would like to call is Only Ethical, presented by Deepthi Joyayu. Please welcome Deepthi.
Okay, so which one do I press? This one. Okay. Not yet. Not yet. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, jury members. My name is Deepthi. I'm the founder of Only Ethical. Today, we have enough information to know that climate change is happening, global warming is actually happening. Many of us are already making a shift in our lifestyle to make it more environment friendly and be more conscious. Only Ethical is a marketplace that brings together sustainable fashion and lifestyle products under one platform to make it more accessible for the audience here. The way we work is we identify, curate only from brands who are sustainable, and for every product that we sell on our website, we earn a commission. Why sustainable fashion? Kind of expanding a bit more on what Bazara explained in the beginning. Fashion is the third most polluting industry in the world. And in fact, it contributes to 10% of the global carbon output, 20% of the global water waste, 16 to 35% of the microplastic in the environment is also from the fashion industry, and 92 million tons of waste is coming out of fashion industry every year. What does this all lead to? A lot of things, especially climate change and global warming that we've been seeing everywhere. Fashion employs around 75 million people globally, yet even today, most of the brands that we have in our wardrobe are not able to ensure a fair wage for their workers or a healthy working conditions for their employees. While all that is happening, the good news is awareness is also happening. The customers of today and tomorrow are looking for products that's environment friendly and socially responsible, just like us. Back in 2019, when I wanted to shop something sustainable for myself, the only option that I had was Stella McCartney. Thanks to Only Ethical, for those who don't know, Stella McCartney is a luxury brand. Thanks to Only Ethical, we are able to offer into the market sustainable designs, ethically made, starting from the price range of $70, without compromising any of its values. We offer customization to our audience. We are a make-on-order concept, which means we do not stack inventories. We also have size inclusive. We have actually sold apparels up to 6XL to our audience. So the products that we have today, like what I'm wearing today, my pants and my jacket is made from fabric waste. My top is made from hemp. So these is the kind of combination of products that you will find on our website. We ensure the packaging materials is compostable and upcycled materials. We are members of the 1% for Planet, where we contribute every year 1% of our earnings for a cause. We ship with DHL through their Go Green program, and we have very recently launched a carbon offset program on our website. Apart from this, we also make sure that the brands that we work with are ethically providing their workers a fair and living wage and a healthy working conditions. So we have sort of created an impact in our own way. With more than 10,000 products that we have sold through our website, we have brought 10,000 sustainable products into the market. This has created more than 100,000 fairly paid working labor hours for the workers. And through our contributions in partnership, or let's say membership with 1% for Planet, we have been able to create positive impact for around 10,000 people. With a very recent carbon offset program that we've launched, we've calculated and offset around 90,000 carbon footprints that we have generated in the business. And also avoided 5,000 kilos of plastic waste by using compostable and upcycled materials in our operations and packaging the orders. Fashion is currently valued at $1.7 trillion industry. As per Statista, $769 billion is the size of the e-commerce fashion industry. We have identified our market size to be $3 billion globally. This is specifically for e-commerce. Currently also, globally, the ethical fashion market is at $7 billion and is expected to grow to $17 billion by 2032. So what is going to drive this change? It is awareness. As per a report by McKinsey, they found that 75% of their respondents are actually looking for and willing to pay more for products that are healthy, innovative, and purpose-driven. And the second thing is many countries, especially in Europe, they are introducing legislations to control the activities of the fashion industry to make it more sustainable. So the market is definitely going to grow. I'm not sure why that slide looks like that, but okay. So sorry about that. We have so far generated $950,000 as our GMV. We started in 2019. The first year we were primarily doing events, pop-ups, markets throughout UAE. And in 2020, just before the COVID hit, we started with our website, e-commerce, digital marketing, and as you can see, we've been growing every year. I'm not sure if I mentioned, we are currently at a year-on-year growth of 60%. So the market is growing, Only Ethical plans to grow along with the market. The key drivers will be the B2B solution that we are currently working on, the Arabic website, which we have just launched, and new products and new markets. This is a quick team, our superheroes. They are the real operators of our business. We also have key advisory from Rahel and Paras, who's helping us with the strategy and marketing of the business. Currently, we are planning to raise $500,000 and invest it to further enhance and help the business grow. 2023 is the year of sustainability for UAE. Today for tomorrow is a very powerful message. How are you making a difference? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deepthi. Judges, do you have any questions?
Yes. What are your revenues on a GMV of $950,000?
So we have a commission around 50%, so half of that. Yeah.
In terms of the screening of who is sustainable and who's not, do you re-inspect that? Do you actually, what are the processes to make sure that your providers are maintaining that sustainability stamp?
Sure, thank you. So the brands that we work with are primarily based in India right now. We have a team based out of India who's actually able to speak to these brands and also, to be very honest, not physically going and checking because India is too big. We have brand partners all over India. But for the ones that we are actively selling and primarily selling a lot, we make sure we go and visit their factories and see the working conditions. And we also speak to the workers to see how, what is the kind of their day-to-day activity and what is the happiness level. And that is, okay, probably after we have onboarded them. But during the onboarding process, we have certain questionnaire that the brands have to go through. And to be honest, it takes more than a month to onboard a brand because we have to be really sure of what kind of materials they're using. Like, for example, we do not work with synthetic fabrics. So if any of the brands are using any material like polyester, rayon, nylon, or even viscose, we do not work with them. We make sure they're actually natural, upcycle, recycle concepts. And of course, the working condition of the workers is very important. The brands that we work with are all homegrown brands. They are not like mass producers. Like I said, we are a make-on-order concept. So every product is actually made only when the order is placed on the website. So it's really small businesses which we are helping them to grow in the market here. You're welcome.
So because of the current model that you have, right, which is make on order and using homegrown brands, what is the unit cost of a typical garment? So what you're wearing right now versus, now I'm ashamed to say, a mass-made suit that I'm wearing, right? How would you differentiate between the two costs, and are people willing to make that payment?
Yeah, so back in 2019, it was very difficult. But I think the conversations in the region is changing a lot. And we do get messages from customers saying, it's too expensive. So when we explain to them the reason why the pricing is X, they understand. So now for this jacket, it's like around 400 dirhams. And it's actually made from fabric waste. And it's a unique piece. It's made for me. It's not picked up from a stack of inventory and sent to the customer. So the unit cost of making this jacket is obviously higher than the mass-produced piece. So when you explain this to them and you tell them, see, you can also customize. If you want the length to be longer, shorter, we can do that for you. We obviously don't change the design, but it's about the length and the minimum customization. So people like this. And it's like, they also like the fact that when they order from us, they don't have to fit into a size chart. They can give their body measurements and we can make it according to that. So when you kind of put all this together, I think, we've been growing every year. So it's proof that, there is a potential, I believe. I hope I've answered your question. Thank you.
You don't get to ask a question. So where do you see the greatest market potential for this platform? Obviously, in somewhere like the GCC, where there's relatively high purchasing power and people can afford to make these sorts of decisions, there's a lot of scope to grow. But do you see room for growth outside of the region, and if so, where?
Definitely. Australia is a big market. Sustainable and ethical fashion is very big in Australia. And the customer, I think there are already a lot of brands established in the region. Europe and definitely US. I think anywhere outside GCC is a big market for sustainable fashion. I don't know if I'm able to say that, but I think so, yeah.
And in terms of the ability to recycle what you've already had, so do you have any advice that you give your customers about throwing away or discarding your existing clothes?
Well, thank you for that question. So this is something we tell our customers. See, sustainability, at least in what we do, is a two-way process, yeah? So we will do our part, but once the product reaches you, you also have a responsibility of taking care of the piece, like how you wash your clothes, how many times you wash your clothes, and following the instructions on how to take care of the fabric and things like that. And we also tell them wear it as much as you can, and thrift stores, after you wear it for a couple of times and then, go to a thrift store and sell it again to somebody else or share it with your family, etc., etc.
Do you take it back?
Currently, we do not. We do not have the operational, we don't have the operation for it. Right now, our focus is to create opportunities and for the fashion industry, the makers community itself. And there's a lot of things happening. In fact, I'm connected more to my culture and the essence of fabric making through Only Ethical much more after I started this. So it's, and there is a community who's looking and they need jobs. So for us, it's more about bringing good products, new products to the market at the moment. But definitely, as the market grows, we will evolve. For us, we strongly believe in circularity as well. So it is something we could look at in the future.
And do you know what the repeat customers are like? What is your repeat
Currently, we are
purchase
at 25 to 30%.
repeat purchases?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, 4 minutes are up.
Thank you, TiE.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for your
John.
time.
We now have a buyer break for 15 minutes, so if you want to grab something to eat, there's food outside. Thank you. Are all the teams here? Is it team 6 or 7? Next up, we have Team Sav, presented by Purvi Munat.
Hi everyone, my name is Purvi and I'm the CEO and co-founder at Save. Save is a hyper-personalized savings ecosystem which is created in partnerships with banks and brands. Save connects users' financial lives in seconds, finds opportunities in the spending behavior to save and invest, and with its unique Save Now Buy Later proposition, it rewards customers for their saving behavior. We are one of the fastest growing fintech apps in the UAE, already have 50,000 users, 100 plus e-commerce merchants, have grown at about 20% month on month since our launch in November of 2022. We are currently live in the UAE and in next 2 quarters would be available in KSA and Bahrain as well. We are accelerated by Mohammed bin Rashid Innovation Fund, Ministry of Finance in the UAE and by Fintech Saudi and Takadam in the KSA. So in the last few years, most of the innovation in the fintech space has been limited to either lending or remittances. Right from your buy now, pay laters to incentivizing credit, the customer has been consistently fed credit in formats whether or not they require it. However, the entire spectrum of savings had been limited to either budgeting apps or banking going digital. The customer is looking for something more. They're looking for more products that fit their lifestyle. A typical customer that we solve for is Ahmad, who moved to the UAE 5 years ago to enjoy tax-free salaries. Has a great lifestyle. However, amidst the glitz and glam of the place, always feel constrained about, amidst the glitz and glam of the place, always feel constrained about how they manage their finances. And like Ahmad, there are about 70% young earners in the region who live either paycheck to paycheck, have barely any emergency savings, and cannot even pay back their credit card bills in full. And that's where we bring the entire suite of saving products, which not only are personalized in nature, but they are personalized to resonate with users' lifestyles. It is a B2C mobile app for the users where we focus on 3 things. 1, helping users understand their money. We help them connect their multiple bank accounts, find insights about their spending behavior, and find opportunities in that spending behavior to save and invest. We go a step further where we plug in multiple financial products in the background. We partner with banks, both on the savings and investment products, and plug into them basis when the customer needs it. The third thing, which is really interesting, is the rewards ecosystem that we have created around savings. Every time you save on the platform, you get something called Save Coins, which could be used for free coffees, movie nights, discounts on e-commerces, consistently keeping the customer hooked. The entire module of automation, gamification, and the AI-powered insights helps the user to stay consistent about this behavior. Because savings is something like you want to drive health, you want to go to the gym every day, you want to stay fit, but necessarily doesn't mean that you're going to stick by that behavior, and that is what we inculcate via the Save app. Now, while we were solving for savings, we realized that most of the saving needs that the customer are saving for are something more short and medium term. They want to save up for a new car they want to buy, for maternity purchases, for a new holiday that they want to take, which is coming up. And that is where we came up with Save Now, Buy Later, where the brand contributes to users' saving goals. So if you want to take a holiday from booking.com, you can identify that I want to save with booking.com, and the brand is going to contribute 10 to 15% extra. Now we are present where the customers thinks of savings. So the brands are available within the app. It's a commerce store that we have created. But at the same time, we are also available on the e-commerce stores right alongside TiE and Tamara, where the customer can start their saving journey. We are also available on retail stores where on large ticket purchases, the customer can discover us. We have started with 4 primary categories at this point in time, which are most relevant, have consideration cycle involved and are high ticket in nature, involves travels, automobile, education, and home and furniture. Now, to build a platform like this and to scale this, there are 3 important parameters that we have. One, a robust technology infrastructure, which is built all in-house, which is powered by consistent customer insights that we have received month on month. And the app has also evolved basis the user needs. We started with savings, ventured out into automation, gamification, further went into incentivizing the customer, and then adding the Save Now, Buy Later suite. And now we are plugging in multiple financial products. Now, how the technology is currently structured, this is a suite which can partner with any of the bank, sit on their existing on their existing infrastructure, and can fire up all their products onto our app. So it becomes a great distribution channel for banks and brands, and that is how, that's the reason they love us. We make our money from banking partners because we are getting them more customers and building balances for them. We get a commission of that. At the same time, when the customer is saving and buying from a particular brand, we make money how a buy now, pay later makes, which is a commission from the brands for making a purchase. So we make anywhere between 3 to 12% commissions in there. And the most sticky thing is we put a card in customer's wallet. So they are not only saving, but they're also spending and recognizing the brand on a day-to-day basis. And we make an interchange income every time the customer spends. We are a team of ex-fintech founders, bankers, who have built and scaled multiple financial products and technology products ground up into multi-million-dollar ARRs. I have been with Citi and MasterCard earlier, have built 7 turnkey projects for Citi, APAC and EMEA markets, and that is where I found the biggest opportunity around savings being the missing piece. My co-founders have been ex-CTOs at neobanks, have headed innovation at National Bank of Dubai, and we have put in one of the most tier 1 team from a technology perspective. We've got a lot of strategic people on the team, which helps us and give us the power to not go only on the B2C front, but also focus on B2G and B2B fronts, which are required certainly for scale and growth. And yes, we started with a basic product. We started developing in Feb of 2022, November 2022 onwards. We have seen a great traction, and over next 3 years, we want to be in multiple geographies, GCC being our focus area, and adding on multiple financial products, constantly firing the needs depending upon what the customer really wants. We are here not raising at this point in time, but looking for more ecosystem partners, both brands and banks, which can help us accelerate the journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Purvi. Judges, do you have any questions?
Yeah, thanks you. It's a very nice presentation. Help me understand the saving element when I'm buying something. When you say you allow the customer to save at that point in time, how does that work?
All right, so let me take an example of a jewelry player that we are working with right now. You go on their website, you know that it's your anniversary which is coming up, but you haven't decided whether it's going to be a ring or it's going to be a necklace. So in that phase, when you are still considering what to buy, you get an option, buy now, pay laters are not relevant because you have not made that purchasing decision. Or maybe you are not eligible for a loan at that point in time. That is where you can start your savings journey. I had a small demo. I'm not sure if I'd be able to play it here, but so at that very point in time, you click not ready to buy yet, start saving for it right now. We run a small registration process, name, mobile number, authentication, and a QR code is generated which captures all the information from the product page itself. When the customer scans it, if it's a first-time customer, they go to the app store, but when they arrive on the app, the goal is already created on their app, and they can then continue the KYC journey. Or if it's an existing customer, all that they have to do is scan it, and the goal is created, and they can start saving for it. Thank you. Oh,
I'm sorry.
So, who is your target customer? Who's your ideal target customer?
Right. So we focus on customers who are both saving and spending in this geography. Expats, which is the most generic category, but we are looking at more emerging affluents, people who are married or people who are with families. That is the spectrum where you become more and more responsible. Now, from an income band, we have got a mid-tier customer. The average salary band on the customer is about on the app is about 17,000 dirhams. So it's a mid-tier emerging affluent customer with a family who's wanting to save money not only when they are saving, but also while they are spending and earn additional benefits from the ecosystem.
And is this product, does it exist in the States or in Europe? Are there similar products in the world now, or are there any here also? Who's your competitors?
So from a competition perspective, while we would have said the existing incumbents, but we have started to partner with them. So we plug in their products. They are not direct partners, but the potential can be seen in terms of the saving balances that exist with them. And that's one segment that we intend to disrupt. Globally, on the goal-based savings platform, there have been giants like Digit, Chime, Monzo, Capital, which are in themselves $1 billion plus company. On the other side, when I talk about SNBL, it's a new concept which has picked up on the Western belt. There is a Crew Savings backed by Tiger Global, and then there are Save Strike, Saver, which exist more in the European belt.
Thank you.
How much are you concerned as a company with increasing access to finance for lower income portions of the population, or are you just targeting mid to upper tier in terms of spending and saving capacity?
Right, so we have got at least 15% savers who are first-time savers on the platform, or this is the first product that we put into their pocket. However, from an ecosystem perspective, there are certain limitations where the lower tier actually comes on a WPS card, which is constrained by how it operates. And there are 2 legs before you are able to transfer that customer to a mainstream product. Right now, our focus is a mid-tier customer. We don't want to dilute, saying that we are solving for inclusion. Yes, we've got inclusion. We've got women savers who do not get accounts of their own. We've got people who have this as their first saving product, a first card in their pocket, a physical card in their pocket. But that's not the main agenda. The main agenda is people who have got money in their hands, not able to save their money. How do you do that more effectively for them? And at the same time, bring more value for their savings.
What do you do with the unbanked and with people who only operate in cash?
We would want to do something. But at this point in time, like, we want to bring them to mainstream banking, but the current limitations that we have on the platform are not able to cater to people where we are able to put banking accounts in their ecosystem, because they get paid in a certain amount, in a certain segment of bank accounts, and then they need to move money. So we cannot be their first banks in any case.
I'm still hung up on when I click on I want to save later. So you said you charge the brands about up to 3 to 5%.
3 to 12.
3 to 12%. On what action? When they come back to buy, or what?
When they finally make the purchase.
So you keep tracking them, you keep encouraging them to save up.
They stay on the
Once they finally come back and make that purchase from that vendor or that brand, you're able to.
Yes, that is how we make money. So basically, when of the 100 customers that visit a website, only 2% convert. We're talking about 98% who leave the funnel at any point in time for the brands, and we capture one segment of that. And for those conversions, we add the value. We not only get the customer, we also farm the customer until the final purchase is made.
Interesting. Thanks.
Thank you.
There's a lot of bad debt in the region, and there's an argument to be made for save now, buy later, or buy now, pay later companies to work with other businesses on potentially creating or analyzing credit histories for individuals. Is this something you're looking at?
Absolutely. So one of the pillars that I had shown in here, which also said debt consolidation, because we understand what limits a customer from saving right now is not only financial literacy or because they do not understand those products, it is also because they do not have disposable income left at the end of the month where they'd be able to save. And that is where we see the opportunity. How do we bring their high ticket or high interest generating loans, which are typically credit cards or buy now, pay laters, to more personal loan formats and help them repay them faster. So we've got 2 modules. Debt consolidation is already live, but we do not write it off to another smaller interest loan. But that functionality is available to repay your loans at this point in time. Thank you.
What kind of penetration do you have with, different categories of partners right now?
Right. So we are not going after every category because this product can only make sense where the ticket sizes are higher. People are looking for affordability, and we plug in sustainable affordability there. Secondly, it works where there is some kind of a consideration cycle. That means you do not wake up in the morning and say, you know what, I need to buy a car or I need to take a holiday. And that is where travel, automobiles, education, and maternity purchase become our primary categories, and that is what we have created our play around. Travel has been largest. We've got 13 travel partners, and all the key partners that you'd think in this geography, we've got the entire spectrum covered. Hajj and Umrah is another big case. Takes about 27% of our travel goals for the reasons you cannot borrow to be traveling on Hajj and Umrah. So we are going deeper into that to get greater volumes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you, everyone.
Just give us. Thank you, judges. So whilst they're doing the feedback survey, I'd like to ask you a question. Can you share a story of a setback or a failure in your business journey and how you overcome?
All right. I think when you start a journey, and especially when you are on the corporate side of doing things, you think getting onto the entrepreneurial journey is pretty simple. And you understand the customers, right? The insights that you see on a large-scale ecosystem, whether it's a bank or a payments provider, the customer behavior on a fintech app is just not the same, right? So assuming what a customer would do on a banking app and they are going to replicate the same behavior with you was the biggest mistake that we made initially. And then the more we got deeper into it, we knew that which is the customer segment, what is the share of wallet that we can get, and we optimize the journeys accordingly, right? So assumptions could be the biggest mistake from the overall market behavior is an entrepreneur can make. I made that a lot.
Thank you so much for sharing this. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to call the next team, Team 7, the Surplus, presented by Rana Hajaru Sili.
Okay. Hi, my name is Rana. I'm a PhD student at the University of Cambridge. Sorry? Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you. I'm glad I brought my glasses. I couldn't see what's going on. Grant. Timer on. Okay. Hi, my name is Rana. I'm a PhD student at the University of Cambridge and the founder of B2B climate tech startup, The Surplus. So before we start, I'd like to ask a question. Please raise your hand if you've heard of the term carbon footprint. Almost everyone. Now please raise your hand if you know how the term originated or was popularized. Carbon footprint was popularized by oil giant BP in a drive to get people so concerned about their own micro-consumption, they may just forget to look at the bigger picture. Fast forward a few decades, the world has unanimously agreed to instigate a war on carbon and uses this as a common tool to measure sustainability success. Now, my pitch today isn't about the political nature of how this campaign originated, but how important it is to democratize access to sustainability using language that can disseminate quickly and effectively, even if we don't know who's behind it. So let's look at the problem. Each year, businesses landfill more than $750 billion in surplus inventory, just because they don't know what to do with it. So less than 30% of businesses have a robust buyer network for near-expired products and end up paying extra for holding inventory as well as the warehouse space associated with it. Now, SMEs make up more than 90% of the global economy, but the resources for them to adapt to supply chain shocks barely exist. Waste is deeply psychological. Every day, we waste materials, we waste space, and we even waste time. We waste because we believe there's no other choice. What if I told you there was a way to combat this problem instantly by providing you a choice? The solution has existed for over 3 decades. It's called industrial symbiosis. This is a system where nearby companies identify and exchange the surplus materials, water, waste, energy, amongst others. Then why haven't you heard about it? Well, until now, it took a lot of time, resources, facilitators, and costs to make the system happen. We are trying to change that. This is the case of quiet, unassuming town of Kalundborg in Denmark. 30 years ago, a group of gentlemen, probably resembling like many of our grandpas, got together and decided to initiate industrial symbiosis. Today, this is the most famous landmark case, boasting millions of euros in savings, extra revenue, lowered emissions, amongst others. Imagine the 16 square kilometer industrial area could be replicated and scaled in clusters globally. We saw an opportunity in the UAE to make this vision a reality. So we conducted a pilot test in an SME-dense area. What took 30 years in Kalundborg emerged in a matter of weeks. From packaging waste to spare meeting rooms to surplus food, all of it being circulated and unlocking invisible value. So this is how we do it, in 2 simple steps. First, our patent-pending methodology helps companies categorize what they currently have into 4 pillars: surplus, byproducts, knowledge, and waste. This guarantees that any underutilized resource can be categorized under these 4 pillars, enabling them to speak the same language and navigate listings easily. Secondly, businesses are intelligently matched with other companies nearby, helping them save time, space, make money, optimize their business, all while creating a positive social and environmental impact that supports management KPIs in real time. So let's zoom in a little bit on case studies. So this is SciTech, a chemicals manufacturer. They used our platform for 3 months and made just over 300,000 dirhams, or $80,000, by exchanging resources with multiple firms, including sourcing from a garments manufacturer and selling to a competitor. Yes, you heard that right, a chemicals company, their competitor, and a garments manufacturer. This is the world that we envision, unlikely partnerships for the most extraordinary collaborations. So we aim to capture 10% of our SOM by the end of 2024 through our current and planned distribution channels, focusing on capturing the value of the most waste-producing companies in the UAE and in the UK markets shortly. Our proprietary framework gives us a high level of defensibility as we translate our methodology into an algorithm that allows for the formation of innovative superclusters that have low barriers to entry, but are subject to high vetting prior to membership. Trust is the currency of the future. This is why we never take commission on any of the exchanges on the platform, giving our members a safe space to conduct symbiotic exchanges and continue getting rewarded unlimitedly. We also have our own UK IPO certified sustainability standard, meaning we monitor sustainability progress based on progress, not on pledges, but on actual data on synergies translating to higher retention. Our current go-to-market strategy is SDR, BDR, or direct sales through our team of experts. We're also in the final stages of developing a secondary distribution channel through Big Four consultancies that want to license our framework for their portfolio companies and funnel them into our platform. Strategic partnerships with multinational companies, business parks, free zones, and others such as the British Chambers of Commerce are included in our clustering strategy, and we're in negotiations. And finally, we've also been offered the distinction of being the first GCC UN-backed Race to Zero accelerator, meaning we're supported to mandate and target 500 companies a year to net zero with the support of the UN high-level champions ahead of COP28. As for our unit economics, we have a scalable and profitable business with a low CAC and high LTV. However, we do anticipate the customer acquisition will be higher, but the LTV might extend further as we continue to grow and raise. Our business model is a tiered annual membership based on company size, making it an affordable in order to attract volumes of companies, generating more value and impact through density. In just under a year, in a fully bootstrapped journey, we've onboarded more than 400 companies from various verticals and en route to 1,000 companies by the end of the year. In just 1 year since launching commercially, we've received a provisional patent that increases our defensibility and sustainable competitive advantage, with more than 400 member companies collectively diverting 1 million kgs from landfill, distributed more than 24,000 surplus meals to low-income blue-collar workers, and each synergy on the platform has been at least met one of the UN SDGs. And by the end of the year, we anticipate to be a B Corp certified organization with 1,000 members in the pipeline. Our team is uniquely suited to solve this problem. They have diverse, quirky, and extensive experience in SME manufacturing, particularly in hard-to-abate sectors, with previous successful exits. We also have formal advisory for industrial symbiosis dissemination from Kallenberg experts, and more importantly, we understand the problem firsthand and are deeply committed to solving it. We're proudly associated with a number of networks and distinctions that allow us to reinforce our commitment to developing a common language and practice for sustainability. And I'd like to finish by leaving you with one consideration. Things only lose value once we stop finding uses for them. So we hope that you'll join us in amplifying local synergies that have a global impact, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rana. And judges, do you have any questions?
So you said you've signed up 400 companies so far. How much is the value of the transactions that happen over the platform?
I'm so sorry, could you repeat the last part?
The platform is to facilitate transactions between these companies, right?
So we onboard them onto the platform and they pay a one-off membership fee,
right.
And we don't actually take any commission in between. So they pay us for their entire annual membership upfront. Of course, we're SaaS, so freemium model of a month, and then that's it. They just use the platform as much as they want.
But they use it to transact between each other, right?
Yeah, but we don't actually facilitate the transactions because that's a liability concern that we just didn't want to deal with. So essentially, it's a collaboration unit. So they touch contact there, then they, go about their regular business. So they're not limited to transacting onto our platform because that complicates things. It's more of a baseline for connection.
Okay.
You said you operate a freemium model. Does that mean you support a limited number of connections between companies prior to payment?
So we have a limit of 1 to 2 synergies per company, just because, sometimes they're really high volume and we might be missing out like a very big ticket and they're like, okay, great, thank you so much. And so we also have to worry about, our own model as well. So they do have a limit of 1 month or 1 to 2 synergies. But normally the mid-tier companies, so the ones that fall within the 12,000 dirham bracket or the 24,000 dirham bracket, they actually see a return on investment between 2 to 3 months.
The membership fee is high relative to other companies that operate in a similar way in the region, such as Smurgers, for example, which supports acquisitions of companies. Is that because you anticipate there being ongoing use and multiple transactions? How do you justify the price?
We actually don't have any competitors in the region because we're actually operating a climate tech model. So what we essentially help to do is enable a kind of oversight of all of the underused resources that are in the market. So of course you have Dubizzle, but Dubizzle isn't really reliable for those types of things. And So yeah, so what we essentially do is, our model is actually priced relatively conservatively. So when we actually did, a pilot test, we asked the companies, where's the sweet spot for you to pay? And then if we really break it down, it's 1,000 dirhams a month. And a lot of the transactions they will actually be conducting on the platform is usually double. So it's actually underpriced. That's what we've been told anyway.
What percentage of the 400 companies that you work with today are paying?
Currently, 40% of the companies are paying, but bearing that in mind, sometimes it takes a little bit longer to onboard them, so our sales cycle is longer. We're trying to shorten it. But yeah, all of them are committed to kind of paying by the end of the year, so fingers crossed.
So the companies they get benefits from using the platform. They save money. How much does it cost them to analyze, connect people? I mean, how do they designate their resources to do this, and how do they see the benefits?
No, that's a really good question. And honestly, when we're speaking to larger companies, it's very different. SMEs, on the other hand, don't have the same type of resources that a larger company might. So what we do is we train their sustainability champions. So essentially what they do is they might not have a chief sustainability officer or anybody that works within that field. So we train them first, and secondly teach them how to use the platform and understand what the priorities are within their company. So if it's we need to cut overhead costs by 30%, well, we tell them, okay, let's map out your resources. Then they're in charge of, let's say, leasing out their or co-sharing a warehouse space, for example, getting rid of dead stock. Identifying other hotspots, which is really overlooked as well, such as expert knowledge. It would be, perfect example right now. We have a perfect line of experts over here. If you spend 2 or 3 hours a week, conducting consultancy, that could really help a lot of SMEs and startups. So we kind of use those 4 categories depending on what the requirement of the company is and what their targets are in line with what they have. Because unfortunately, SMEs don't prioritize sustainability. We're trying to help change that with a real commercial front in front of it.
So is the consulting arm, the professional service, where you're able to identify opportunities for an SME and making the connection, is that part of the value offering that you have?
Yeah, exactly. That's actually part of the package. So they block in a 15-minute call at the moment. It's relatively automated because, of course, resources. But going forward, we actually will have a service arm, and that will actually offer things like a symbiosis game we came up with. It actually ended up landing to our surprise. It was a very eclectic thing to do, but essentially we help companies role play and understand the real value of this. But we found out that there is a market for that as well. So going forward, we will actually take that into a separate service stream. But currently, it's coupled with what we're offering.
And is that a scalability concern?
Yeah, definitely, 100%. But that's where the B2B consultancy comes in. We license the large consultants to be able to do that, and then it's kind of like train the trainer, if you know what I mean. So we can license people to start disseminating it where it's required.
Thank you.
What percentage of companies approach you with an ESG mandate versus from a purely optimized or resource optimization perspective?
Would you like to be disappointed, or should I cover up the truth a little bit? Most of the companies actually come to us with commercial concerns. So they're like, oh, we saw an ad, we've got this old stock we really need to get rid of, or we've got appreciating assets, what do we do with it? The companies in the UK that we're testing at the moment, those are all ESG mandated. So they understand the real drive behind this, and they see the commercial value as kind of like an add-on. But in this market, which it's not a problem, we've learned and we've adapted to speak the language that they need to. It is definitely commercially driven. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And while the judges do their feedback survey, I would just like to ask you a question, if you don't mind. How do you envision the future of a female-led startups evolving, and what role do you hope to play in that evolution?
Sorry, could you repeat the question again?
How do you envision the future of female-led startups evolving, and what role do you play in that evolution?
Well, I suppose I can only speak for the climate tech space because I'm not really in femtech, but it would be really helpful to not always be in a room full of guys. So I think maybe stepping into those conservative environments is a good step. It's a bit uncomfortable, but I hope it can be perhaps encouraging for other women in the sustainability space to know that it's okay to not have all the answers. That's essentially it. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I would like to call the next team, Team 8, the Waste Lab, presented by Lara Hussein. How are you feeling now?
Good. Waiting. Can I start? Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Lara, and I'm the co-founder of the Waste Lab. So today, I'd like to take you on our journey right from our beginning, December 2021, in Sustainable City, Dubai, where we launched our first pilot projects with the residents. What we did is we rescued their food scraps and composted them in the community. And flash forward, in the middle of summer, you will see the impact of using the compost in the soil there and letting nature flourish. So, 45% of all the food that we grow is being wasted. And 1/3 of the food that is being produced is ending up where? Here. And I mean, I don't need to say a lot here, but everyone knows, like what happens in landfills? Greenhouse gas emissions, methane, toxins that go into the water we drink and the soil where we grow our food. Not to mention all the costs and the carbon emissions of waste management companies and all the transportation. In Dubai alone, let's become a bit local. If we continue throwing away the same way, by 2050, we need a landfill size of 2 Palm Jumeirah Islands. 50% of the landfill is organic waste. 90% of the food that we eat is coming from abroad. So we can do the math there. This is where we come in. My co-founder, Jaylan, and I decided to do something about it. So who are we? We are a woman-owned impact and data-focused startup that is working with communities, businesses, to find an opportunity for every food scrap to become a solution rather than a burden on our society and environment. What we do nature-based composting and repurposing solutions. Our process is pretty simple. Let's take an example of a kitchen in a hotel. They want a sustainable food waste management solution. We go into their kitchen, we train them and give them the bins on how to segregate their food waste from the source, because this is the most important aspect that waste management companies are not being able to do. From there, we offer transportation on a frequency basis that they want, daily, every other day, once a week. And we go to our control station. We have a warehouse in Jabal Ali, where we do further segregation if needed, remove any mistakes because mistakes happen, which allows us to give feedback back to the customer. And we track data. We give full transparency. At the end of every month, we send an impact report to them of what we collected, how much we collected, what it means in terms of climate metrics, CO2 reduction, and how much compost we can produce out of this. From the warehouse, everything that is compostable goes to our farmland. Yes, we have a farmland where we do nature-based composting. We have farmers there. We don't have machines. We don't have any industrial composting. We are farmers. And from this, on average between 8 to 10 weeks, we have compost. This compost right now is not being sold. It's coming. By the way, we import 80% of the compost, so for sure it's coming. And what we do right now, we give back to our customers. For them, for example, if they're working with a local farm, they give the compost to the farm to grow their own food, and we have a beautiful circular story. We give to communities. We do a lot of R&D, because at the end of the day, we care about the soil as well. Our desert here is not that. It just needs a bit of TLC, a bit of organic matter, and we can start talking more about local production and food security, which the government is encouraging more and more these days. And soon, we will partner with other startups, because we are able to get segregated food waste. They can match with us, let's say, for fabric dye, or animal feed, or growing mushrooms, because we also work with coffee as well. Or in some cases, we are able to donate if it's safe to donate. So this is the beautiful compost, from this to this. It smells like, when it rains, the first time it rains. And every time I go to the farmland, I just want to dive in it, because it gives me such a good feeling. It's like meditation. And why are we composting? Beyond, diverting from landfill. Compost is not a fertilizer, it's a soil amendment. So it's actually feeding the soil, and the soil feeds the plant. And this is how regenerative agriculture is. This is not traditional agriculture. With regenerative agriculture, we focus on the soil, which means we don't need synthetic fertilizers, herbicides, pesticides that are actually connected to our gut and that hurt us. And they increase the water holding capacity of soil by minimum 10-fold, which is important here because we have drought, right? And with this, we can grow our own food and have local resources. We can work with everyone, and we are working with all these guys. We are working with hotels, restaurants, schools, events, supermarkets, because food waste basically is everywhere, and we are able to find a solution that can be, adapted to everyone. And with us, if anyone wants to divert food from landfill, they come to us. If they want a nature-based solution, and that is trackable, impactful, and gives back to the community, it's with us. And we do not require any infrastructural change, a machine or anything. All they get is a bin from us, some training. We take them and do all the heavy lifting. And we offer, of course, full transparency. These are some of our clients. As you can see, we work with so many industries, from hotels, restaurants, embassies, schools. We also offer on-site composting. So some schools want to have on-site composting for them, for their green committee, for their educational program. So basically, this is some of the clients, and we have more coming. And every time we get a new industry, we get excited because it's a new challenge to tackle and to find a solution for it. In terms of competition, we are the only ones offering this A to Z solution. I mean, to tell you the truth, waste management companies came in the beginning wanting to buy us. We said, not yet. This is later coming. We need to increase our value, to be honest. Digesters, unfortunately, falsely market themselves as composters. There's no such thing as 24-hour composting. It takes 8 to 10 weeks. So we are the only ones doing this, and we are proud of it. And when it comes to behavioral change, we want to move from the old linear way to the waste lab, or let's say the circular way. We want to encourage shopping locally and ugly, cooking, eating, repurposing the leftovers and food scraps, and whatever that is not edible, we collect it, put it back in the soil for us to grow food again and again. This is some of our workshops that we do and community engagement. By H1 2023, we have saved 117,000 kgs of CO2, which is equivalent to 16 million phones not being charged in terms of electricity. We do a lot of partnerships. So far, we have spent $0 on marketing because everything is being coming for us organically, and we have a long waiting list of B2Bs who want to be onboarded. Our main revenue streams are monthly with B2Bs. We send proposals based on the scope, and we have a monthly recurring fee. We have subscriptions. We do workshops that are paid. Next year, we'll start selling compost. So far, we are now in 2023. We are focused in Dubai on B2B operations. In terms of revenue, we have increased by 485% from last year. Next year, we want to expand to other Emirates because we are getting demand from there and start exploring beyond the UAE. We also want to build our mobile app and start selling the compost. This is our farm. We have our farmers there. You can see like everything is natural. And this accommodates 15 tons per day. Now we are utilizing 15% of this. So there's a lot of room to grow. I come from a business background. My partner is an architect who's now building soil. We are 12 in the team of scientists, farmers, data analysts, compost makers, and we have advisors in finance and strategy, compost masters as well. And of course, we target SDGs. The main ones are climate action, responsible cities and communities, and consumption, and life on land. We're also part of NAMA, UAE pledge to cut food loss and waste by 50% by 2030. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Judges, any questions?
So this is very interesting. Thank you. Is right now, I just want to make sure I understood.
Yeah.
You said it's purely B2B at the moment?
So to be honest, we started B2C in
You did?
2021.
Okay.
We
Okay.
had around 300 households across Dubai. But at the end of last year, we decided to put it on hold for financial reasons. We pivoted. We are now focusing on B2B. But to be honest, our passion is B2C. So we have now a waiting list of like 500 B2Cs who wants us to start working with them. What we're doing now is more community-based, like Sustainable City. We have an on-site composting station that serves the residents. So whenever now we find, let's say, at least 30 or 40 households in the same community who want this, we will install it. But for now, it's on hold. We're focusing on the B2B operations.
Okay. And with regards to your subscription base
Yes.
right now,
Yeah.
Are you at a break-even stage, or do
Not
you
yet.
Okay.
We will break even next year.
Okay.
Fingers crossed. So we have raised so far $450,000 since last year.
Okay.
And we are not currently raising, but I'm actually working on the financials right now because I'm going to raise end of next year. Sorry, end of this year. I'm going to start raising again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great idea, great concept.
Thank you.
What's the minimum volume that you need in order for this to be commercially viable? Because you said next year you'll start selling. I'm
Yes.
assuming you need to get to a certain level of production volume in order for this to be
I mean, what we
sustainable.
need is more B2Bs. And to be honest, like our monthly fee for businesses can be 350 dirhams per month, depending on the scope. It can go to 8,000 dirhams per month, with one hotel is giving us 500 kgs per day with daily collection. Right now, for example, we're in talks with Dubai Holding to cover all their destinations. If we get this client, it means 300,000 dirhams per month. So it really varies. I cannot give you a straight answer, to be honest. I'll be lying, but it really depends on the types of customers. But we started with smaller customers. Now, there's a lot of FOMO. We're getting clusters of hotels who really want to embark on this journey. So it depends on what kind of customers you are able to get. And we're really hoping with COP28 that more action is happening, because now we are also forming strategic partnerships with banks who want to have like a local sustainable partner to do on-ground operations. We're also working with Dubai municipality. So it's really now, to be honest, this is our year of forming all this. And there's a lot in the pipeline. It's just a matter of time so we have more clarity of how to move forward with this.
Great,
to be perfectly honest, yeah.
How large is your team currently?
We're 12. So me and my co-founder and 10 more.
So in terms of scalability,
Yeah.
I understand with 15 tons available in your farm in terms of capacity, there's plenty to grow. You said you're using
15%
15%
right now.
only,
Yeah.
so that's there. How about in terms of people, in terms of running it for with people? What do you anticipate in terms of growing your operation?
So, like, we are operating in a very lean model. So the more clients we have, we try to, first of all, to be as efficient as possible. We have some roles that are hybrid between compost makers and quality assurance. We are growing these resources as we have more resources on board. As we have more clients on board. So, and the good thing is, like, the more clients we have, the less the cost we will have because of economies of scale. So I would say, like, with 15 tons, we might have to double our number, and we'll also inject some, let's say, tractors on the farm to help us more with the rotation and the aeration of the piles of the compost. So we're trying to be as efficient as possible with this.
And then if you're selling the compost,
yes,
the packaging and the...
Yeah, so next year we'll start selling.
And all of those, have you considered
Yeah.
the cost of distribution, I guess, of it once you're ready?
So we haven't started selling. This is our next year project, to be honest. And we're trying to identify different distribution models by, for example, partnering with some farms who already have requested this, so we directly send to them. Or working, for example, with one organic farm here who actually does projects for households who want to have a garden in their villas. So we give on a project basis. So we're trying now, to be honest, to identify different kinds of distribution models, not the general retail model of packaging, and which is more expensive for us.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I have two related questions.
Okay.
One, we heard from the surplus that most companies would come to a business because of commercial objectives rather than an ESG mandate per se. Obviously, 300,000 dirham per month is a big ticket. Where, out of which budget is for an organization like Dubai Holding taking that ticket? Why would they come to the Waste Lab?
So basically, like, we don't really identify ourselves as a waste management company. Like, now Dubai Holding has a mandate. They need to find sustainable solutions. Like last year, we used, for example, to get approached by some companies who really wanted to tick a box. They didn't have a budget. And to be honest, some of them said, why aren't you paying us? I'm like, no. So this year, the same companies are coming back with a budget, which means there's something changing there and telling us now we are ready. So, like, we want to be as inclusive as possible. Some want to tick a box. Some really understand the value and the return on investment. A lot of them take it from the waste management fee, but now they have sustainability-related budgets. So even if it doesn't take from the waste management fee, they have this fee that actually they can dedicate it to our service.
Second related question. When you start charging for compost,
yes,
will you profit share with the organizers or the organizations who supplied you with the waste?
So right now, our customers get their share of compost. So they get 10% of what we produce for them, which already, is being given to them as for free as part of the package. Later on, we will see. I don't really have an answer right now, but there is possible, because we got some requests like, can we revenue share this? We are open, but it needs to make sense. We need to do the calculations accordingly.
Thank you so much, judges. And whilst they're doing the survey, I would like to ask you a question. What advice would you give aspiring female entrepreneurs who may be hesitant to start their own businesses?
I mean, I faced this, like when Jaylan and I wanted to start this. Like my university professor was the first one to tell me, don't do it. You're two females coming from different backgrounds going into the mafia world of waste management. Don't do it. This was our fuel to actually do it. We said, even if we're going to start with one community, picking up the food waste in our car, we're going to start. So my advice is just start. And there's only one way to find out if it's going to work, is by actually doing it. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to now call Team 9, Sante Self-Care, presented by Mishti Ohri.
Jeez.
So hi everyone, thank you for having me. A bit nervous, everyone's done such a phenomenal job, all you ladies, really, really inspiring stories. I hope I can teach you all a few things today. So I'm going to take you into my journey, into my world, Sante Self-Care. Okay, so Sante Self-Care, we're a slow beauty brand. We are rooted in aromatherapy, Ayurveda, and Reiki. I just want to touch upon two things here. So we all know that clean beauty are products that are devoid of toxic chemicals, parabens, sulfates. Slow beauty takes us a notch further, and it's not only your clean beauty products, but it's also products that work on inner healing, on working on nourishing the soul, not just the outer being, but also on the inside. We are also Reiki infused. So all our products have been infused with Reiki, which offer the calming effects when you use the brand and the products. So coming to a bit about the brand and how we came to being, founded by my beautiful mom, who has 50 years of experience in the health and wellness industry, out of which 40 have been in Dubai. So she actually knows the GCC customer right down to perfection. She comes from 50 years of professional knowledge. All started actually with my grandmom being from a family of Ayurvedic doctors and instilling all that Ayurvedic knowledge and into her ever since she was born. So although her professional knowledge is 50 years, it's knowledge, a lifelong knowledge of 66 years now. I joined the brand last year to spearhead growth and make Sante take it from a local brand into now global brand. Because I realized that we all need healing. Everyone is looking to heal themselves. We are also based on the 8 pillars of self-care. So we work on all the 8 pillars, whether it is physical, spiritual, mental, psychological. Our products heal you on all the 8 pillars. So let's look at why healing is so important. So these are the market trends that are shaping the industry as we speak today. Ayurveda is going to be worth 21.1 billion by 2028. And it's an astounding figure considering till 3 years ago, people didn't even know what Ayurveda was. Alternative healing, like I said, Reiki, so that's where Reiki comes in. It's going to be worth 320 billion by 2029. The men's market as well is growing exponentially. It's already worth 115 billion. And people are placing wellness as an extreme priority in their lives, 79% world over. So in GCC, the clean market, just the clean beauty industry, was worth 1.6 billion in 2022. By 2025, it's going to be 2.6 billion. And that's just clean beauty. If you bring in wellness, it's a whole other level. So what exactly is Sante solving? What are we solving? We are solving stress issues. We're solving fatigue. We're solving PMS issues. We're solving menstrual issues. We are solving pain, eczema, psoriasis, skin blemishes, sun damage, everything. I mean, I'm testament to the fact that this actually wholeheartedly works on PMS problems and menstrual issues. I've gone through severe miscarriages in my tenure of my pregnancies, and these products saved me and actually helped me conceive and keep the pregnancies. Obviously, I was on hormonal tablets, but they really helped to de-stress me and actually focus on what was important, keeping my pregnancies going. So why Sante? I want to begin by saying that it's unparalleled experience. 50 years is nothing to shy away from. It's 50 years of experience in every single product. Knowledge, experience, expertise. I mean, my mom, on a daily basis, probably used to meet, she used to own a salon here, and she probably used to meet 30 women daily. She knows what the issues were that they were facing, what their husbands were facing, what their kids were facing. And that is why the products are so tailor-made and specific to each pain point. We're also merging ancient healing sciences. We're the only brand that is made in Dubai that is focusing on 3 ancient healing sciences. Yes, people are doing Ayurveda, they're doing aromatherapy, but no one is merging them with an alternative healing method like Reiki. And even if they are doing it, they're not produced in Dubai. We are the only one that is made here, manufactured here. Coming to sustainability. So how are we a sustainable brand? So last year when I joined my parents, we were producing in plastic. We had now moved to glass. The only reason we do plastic is if it is a body oil that goes into your shower. So for safety reasons, we have to use plastic sometimes, but that's the only reason. We have tied up with a company called that takes all our empties and recycles it and turns it into crates and tiles. We are soon launching our shampoo bar, zero-waste shampoo bar, conditioner bar, and soaps. We are in 17 distribution channels all across Dubai only, some e-portals as well, and this has just been the growth since last year. We have a 70% client retention rate. I mean, considering Dubai is the hub for new products to come in, to have that is phenomenal. Just a few case studies. That's with the baby butter, that's with the hair tonic, hair growth, and that's with some face care products. Untouched, real stories. We are the only brand sitting on this quadrant on the competitive advantage in UAE. We're asking for 3 million, out of which a lot will be spent on marketing and operational costs. Just want to touch upon this. We are looking to secure trademarks, patents, and increase our distribution and start our PR and marketing strategy. That's the founder, my mom. That's my dad. He is also part of the team and a very, very instrumental part of the team. He's actually been the driving force in building the community behind Sante. We have a phenomenal community that supports us on a day-to-day basis. The client retention rate is purely because of his sales experience and expertise, and people just love him. If you've been to Right Market in Academy Park, you've definitely met my dad. And that is me, 10 years of experience in marketing, and been part of Sante now for a year. Advisory committee, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mishti. And judges, do you have any questions?
Thank you. So what's the percentage of your sales on your online channel versus your distributors?
So online, so our markets like Arte and Right they're about 70%. 20% is our online portal, and 10% is distribution.
Sorry, what was the first thing that you said?
70% is direct consumer sales.
Where?
In our bespoke, like Right Markets or Arte Markets, yeah.
Okay, all right. I saw that you're raising 3 million for 18%.
Yeah.
That's quite a bit of valuation.
Yeah.
I'm assuming
16 million.
Right. So I'm assuming you've got the numbers to back that up, right?
We do have the numbers to back that up. Everything that we've done now is 100% organic. Whether it is getting the clientele, retaining the client. We have spent zero money on PR, marketing. So sky's the limit when we start up here in our marketing, when we start plugging in money into those sectors.
I'll get back. I'll leave some room and I'll get back.
I just wanted to clarify on the timeline of the business, because you said that it was founded by your mum. She has 50 years, and then you have been in business for 3 years. When was the company founded? Just a little bit more color around.
Yeah. So my mom has a background in health and wellness for 50 years, out of which 40 have been in Dubai. So she ran a salon and a spa here, based out of here. She used to obviously concoct all these products in her kitchen and heal people, her clients, one-on-one. The business was founded 3 years ago. On the 15th of June was 3 years. But still run as a mom and pop. My dad and my mom ran it as a passion project. And I stepped in last year and I said, this has to now be taken to another level.
There are more and more clean beauty brands now entering the market. And as you mentioned, Ayurvedic medicine is becoming increasingly talked about, increasingly also researched, so that it is considered compliant in terms of Western standards, or at least understood. How do you intend to kind of secure and maintain a competitive advantage in this and other markets?
So far, we've done quite well. But obviously, PR marketing will definitely spearhead growth and help us secure our own space within the ever-expanding and growing industries worldwide. At the moment, we are a front runner in Dubai. And if we do get in the funding, we will be a front runner in GCC, because Ayurveda is still not as big in Saudi and Qatar. But we would be the ones to take it there.
Sorry, which markets are you looking at outside of or after the GCC? What do you see as your primary target markets?
So actually, I was just in India last week for a few mentorship meetings, and that would be the next, even though Ayurveda comes from there, but it's still going to be a Dubai-based product. It's still going to have aromatherapy and Reiki in it. So it's going to be something completely new that we are taking there.
How does Reiki play a role in a product? Is it energy that's put into it? I mean, so it's a bit abstract.
Yes.
So how do you prove it works?
So it's not, see, if you believe in alternative healing, and it is a growing market, we just want you to believe that it's not something that we're trying to convert you into, but we just want you to believe that there is a calming effect when you use the product. We want you to feel good. And yes, it is because of the Ayurvedic extracts, it is because of aromatherapy, but it is also because of the Reiki. And when you use my products, I swear to you, you will be a convert.
I'll believe you right now.
There is actually a significant need to do more studies around Ayurvedic and other alternative medicines. Is this something you're looking to participate in? Could you see yourself maybe leading the charge here in the UAE?
Definitely want to be a front runner where Ayurveda is concerned. Aromatherapy was my mom's baby. Like, she studied it when she was 18. She went to UK. She actually studied it, but I've grown up around Ayurveda. Whether it was, the cardamom tea that we had, or the tea that I had when I was pregnant, it was all homemade. And so I definitely want to be a front runner. I want to be part of a society that builds the need or the want for Ayurveda, for sure. And it's getting there. It's getting there.
So related to Sophie's question, maybe extending from that, what kind of data do you currently use to prove that your products work? I mean, I know, the before and after pictures can always be compelling, but you're always going to, find the skeptics, right? So are you using any clinical data or any kind of data to provide credibility?
I just joined them last year, but actually I'm part of an amazing community called Punch Moms. And actually last month I put out a feeler to say that we want to test our front runner, which is our hair tonic. So we're looking for 30, because that is what the consumer study is generally based on, to actually have these clinical trials take them to market. So hopefully in the next 2 months, I will have 3 products tested. with an unbiased, so I didn't want, so my parents were like, why don't you go to already the existing consumers? I'm like, no, I want to go to an unbiased set that has never met you, never used the product, and yeah.
Sorry, but I mean, I'm invested in a similar type of business, so I've got a bit more information. These products usually go through a certification process, right? And are these products your own recipe, or are you selecting from an existing recipes?
So they're all, my mom's 50 years into each product. All are bespoke formulations. The raw materials are sourced by us from our supplier in India. The bottling is sourced by us. We only package at the factory here.
And the funding, will it be to improve your operation, or is it more for marketing and sales?
No, so it's marketing, sales. It's definitely getting a few patents for some formulations. They are quite expensive for us at the moment. Definitely getting patents, definitely doing a few more consumer studies, clinical trials, not just consumer studies, but clinical trials on base for the efficacy of the products.
All right. Thank you very much.
Please, yeah. So that's it. So that's the chakra spray. That's one of our best sellers. You say it is called? 7 Chakra Balancing Woman Pillow Spray. Oh, yeah. You should just spray someone you know. Yeah, so it's 7 essential oils to work on 7 different chakras. So infusing the east and the west. Thank you.
Thank you so much, judges. Can I ask you a question before you leave?
Yes. Yeah.
My question to you is, how do you balance your personal life and your work life, and do you think gender roles have influenced these dynamics?
I 1000% believe that gender roles have influenced these dynamics. I have 2 kids, one a 9-year-old and one a 2-year-old. And it is quite tough being a mom to balance it. The guilt is enormous. I took my first work trip, like I said, to Delhi last week, and I was guilt-ridden. My husband is phenomenal, but I was still guilt-ridden being the mom. But I want my kids to be proud of me, and I speak to my son about it every day. And getting him into the culture of working women, working moms, that your mom doesn't always have to be there for you. You still have your dad, your grandparents. You have a full ecosystem to thrive on. So, yeah, but it's tough. It's tough.
Thank you so much for answering. I would like to call the last team, Team 10, Zwag AI, presented by Priya Nair.
You got Zwag? Yeah, it's working. Not yet. Which of that was the calming product that you got from Center? Sante, yes. Oh, she took it back? Oh, no, after this. After this. Yeah. Okay. You would have heard this phrase, yeah? It's not just a popular phrase, but it's also testament to a great business model, right? So this was made popular during the mid-19th century, during the Californian gold rush, when people like Samuel Brennan made a lot of money, more than the people that actually panned gold, by selling shovels, picks, and axes. So in modern times, in current circumstances, you could say, you know, in AI rush, sell LLMs. Hi, eminent members of the jury, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Priya M. Nair. I'm the founder and CEO of Zwag AI Solutions. I'm not in the business of selling shovels, but we are a conversational tech company powered by our own proprietary large language model called ZLang. ZLang, Zwag's large analytical graph, is a multi-model general foundational large language model that is trained on trillions of tokens with a final data set of 66 billion parameters, including English, Arabic, and the regional data sets. We have tested it independently and with a focus group, and the results are that it's at par with the popular large language models out there, so it works. There are a number of products out there in the market currently that are powered by our core technology, by ZLang, and within a very limited period of time, organically, we have been able to get these tractions. So, all is well, but there is a problem. Not just with ZLang as a language model, but with the popular language models out there as well. Honestly, transparently, they can process only 20 major high-resource languages, leaving thousands of dialects spoken by millions of people out there out of the scope of the large language models. Now, so the question that we have to ask is, currently, machines, can they really understand human languages, its nuances, and the cultural identity and the diversity that comes with low-resource languages, that is, languages that do not have enough data sets to build proper language models based on it? Ask me, is this really that big a problem? I'll show you this number. Look at the difference between the total number of speakers in each of these languages and the native speakers. You'll find the gap. See this? Does that stick out? Modern Standard Arabic, that many total speakers, but native speakers 0. Because existing language models in Arabic are trained on what is called the Modern Standard Arabic, which is written Arabic like those that you see in newspapers and things like that. But we know that in this region, there are so many Arabic dialects which are not catered by the existing large language models. I'm not even going to touch Indian languages and African languages with their semantics and things like that. Now, what does that mean, right? In the past 9 months, we have seen so many researchers, breakthrough innovation that's come through in the space of AI, largely built on high resource language models like English, French, Spanish, and others. But this means that we are missing out and creating, AI itself is creating a large disparity between the tools that are enabled by high resource language models and the language models. Now, how is this fair? How is any technology called revolutionary if it does not close the gap, if it is not equitable, if it is not inclusive? How can we call it revolutionary if by its very existence it's going to increase the gap and the digital divide? This is where ZLang, our proprietary large language model, comes into play. We have fine-tuned it to bring cultural nuances in context and sensitivity, and we are also trying to bring in more data sets through digitization, tokenization. And the ultimate objective, obviously, is to reduce the stereotypes and the errors that come when people start thinking, when people work not in their native language, because they think in their native language, then translate it. So this is what ultimately that we are trying to solve. How can we do this? Bringing the human learning loop by using the workforce to data label, to data annotate, digitize the scriptures out there, handwritten traditional text, and use this power of speech-to-text AI to capture the folklores in the region, the stories that are there in the native languages. We have already begun. We have taken the first steps. ZLang in itself is tuned already and covers regional languages here in this region for dialect, conversation style, and language. Is it perfect? No, but we have started in that direction. Is there any business in it at all? The numbers speak for itself. There is, in the LLM market, in the NLP market, in the global chatbot market, these are the numbers. Now let's look at the larger numbers, right? The bigger numbers. By 2032, the global artificial intelligence market is 2,745 billion, right? Now that is supercomputers, chips, language models, not just large language models. And the global data annotation tools, which we are trying to bring on board as well, get involved, that is 4 billion in revenue. Our target market is global, starting with this region, the Arab world, Africa, India, Europe, and then the rest of the world. What is our business model? How are we going to make money? Using the tried and tested model that OpenAI and Stability AI uses. Stability AI is a 1.6 million ARR company at this point. And by licensing our own proprietary large language model, imagine what native language models can do for Olga's local translation. Salma for maternally, where they get support in their native languages, added support through conversational front end. The future looks bright. Even if we capture 1% of that global market, we are a pretty profitable business. Can we do it? Yes, they have done it. And some of them, even without anything, this is a screenshot of Mistral AI from France. This is all that is there on their website. They don't even have a language model, but they have raised within 4 weeks of setting up, they raised that money. We have a lot more than that. But the bigger impact, ladies and gentlemen, is the impact that we'll make in the local communities by employing the female workforce, because that is where a lot of the data annotation comes from, and by equipping the people to think, create in their native language, augmented and supported by AI. How can we do it? Our ask is $3 million to get started. We have already raised $27,000 against SAFE. In total, I've bootstrapped close to 200,000 dirhams as well. But a lot of this, in all honesty, I have to say that we will probably burn this money in almost 1.5 years, because that is how foundational startups work. Sorry. Yeah. But what we're trying to do is to spend much on R&D so that we can reduce the way it can be trained without losing the quality, right? That's what we are trying to do. But there's a bigger ask, ladies and gentlemen, over here. The opportunity to put Zlang in the global space, because we need the attention of the Googles, the Kareems, the NVIDIAs. We need chips. We need the chips, the GPUs that Saudi has bought for NEOM. We need to tap into that. We need MOUs between universities, MOUs between institutions, governments, because the kind of data that we are trying to access, the kind of larger vision that we are trying to do, can only work at that level. There is competition. We are not alone here, but we do have competitive advantage in a number of areas. And wherever we don't have, we are taking an approach of collaboration. This is the team. Between us, we have 60 years, 2 successful exits, and a lot of AI and data analytics experience. This Dr. Heba is a great addition for us, because she's a machine learning linguist at Alexa AI, helping us with what we are trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Priya. Judges, do you have any questions?
So one of the reasons a lot of these companies raise hundreds of millions of dollars is because it takes hundreds of millions of dollars to train large language models.
That's right.
How far is $3 million going to get you?
So we already have a foundational model. When we say it is a foundational model, we didn't train it from scratch. Obviously, as a startup, we cannot. What we have done is we have taken 2 of the largest open source models and then augmented and retrained it with our own data sets, the regional data sets. As I said, $3 million will not take us more than, I think, a year. But then that is a starting point, and we are not even using that kind of compute power or that money to just train the models. Probably a lot of it will go into R&D and scouting the large data sets by tokenizing them, digitizing them, right? That is where a lot of that 3 million will go, rather than 40%, 45% will go into the infrastructure itself in terms of GPUs, clusters, and things like that. But a lot of it will go into the R&D space. And this is just scratching the surface. With $3 million, with this kind of business, you can only scratch the surface.
You mentioned as one of your competitors, Meta's Llama, which has 120 plus languages today. How competitive are you against a player like Llama?
Very difficult because they are one of the biggest players. So that's what I said. In places, in areas where we don't have a competitive advantage, the only approach we can take is collaborative. So our training models, especially in the native languages, in the low resource languages, what we are doing is augmenting Meta's own Llama models by supplying our data sets, right? So it's complementary to their business. So it makes every sense for them and us to work together, to collaborate. No sense in us competing with them. There is more chances and scope in collaborating.
So you said you're actually already engaging with a number of clients in the region. You said in Saudi there's a few companies, and here in the UAE. What's the value proposition you're approaching them with?
It is about the considerable amount of the regional data sets, as I said. If you look at Falcon, we were the first ones to develop, or first ones, I would say, in the GCC to develop a general large language model. Yes, we came along before Falcon 40B was introduced, and until like 5 days back, we were the largest language model with 66 billion parameters, and then Falcon came up with 180. I spoke to my development team, and they said that, you want to bump up to 185 billion parameters. We can do that, but it absolutely doesn't make any sense. Larger language models do not necessarily convert into, better results or quality. What we're approaching these people is definitely through a front end, because in all honesty, this region really does not understand middleware. They have to see a front end flashy product. So we are going in and showing them a 5-minute DIY chatbot that with zero coding, no IT skills, no AI skills that you can build based on processing the data of your website and inputting a limited amount of text, right? So that is the hook. We go in there, then they have to tell us, okay, by the way, we have certain other requirements, a customized flow, conversation flow. We need more analytics, and then we upsell a bespoke model. But all of this, we don't go in saying that we have a proprietary large language model. Then the question comes, why, so you're using ChatGPT. They don't even say GPT, it's ChatGPT. And I say, no. And then that kind of, you're not using ChatGPT, how dare you? It's kind of, and then the story unfolds. Yeah.
But a lot of companies that are engaging right now are concerned about their own data having to be loaded onto a public LLM, a layer on top of that. So how are you providing them with an alternate approach that keeps the data for them?
So this has been one of our USPs from the very beginning, because we are a closed model. OpenAI is also a closed model, but they do send out the data to what we call black box models, right? So from the very beginning, we have said that, and GPT is not fine-tunable at this point. Ours is fine-tunable, which means we can develop specific use cases, specific models for your business, for your industry. We can churn out quantized models, that is smaller models. You don't need the entire 66 billion parameters probably. So 5 billion parameters, 10 billion parameters, instances, local instances on premise, in line with the data sovereignty in this region. That is, no data goes out if it's on your premise, nothing goes out, and obviously nothing goes out of the region because of the data sovereignty laws here. Yeah.
So I think you referenced this earlier, but your particular category requires a fair amount of education before people will even put down any money, right, to buy. So to what extent is to what extent are you willing to carry forward that education in your category, and at what point do you find that balance actually kicks off into some level of commercial value?
So I would say that our first flagship product was called Zwag Chat. In fact, we were targeting the Gen Zers. And this happened, it's a conversational AI personal recommendation for shopping, movies, jobs, and things that Gen Z care, right? And this was launched in October 2022, long before ChatGPT came in. So a bit of education happened then and there itself. If you go back and look at our initial post, our tagline was, don't just Google it, Zwag it. So there was a bit of education starting right there itself. And then when ChatGPT hit, the learning curve for people happened on its own. Correct. So when we introduced beta version of our chatbot, if it didn't answer, if it said that I'm a large language model, I cannot answer this, people were fine. They didn't say that, oh, you have built a bad product, right? So that kind of education is already happening. And just like every single computer center became .com company, every other person now is an AI expert, and that kind of helps. You know, they're learning. They have to show off that they know about AI. They're going out there learning, researching. They're part of communities, which is great. And if you know me, you know, I am on almost every generative AI panel that's out there. I'm going to one tomorrow. I'm going to one 2 days after. I was on one 2 weeks back. So that's the kind of participation that I'm doing as well in terms of education. Commercialization, yes, it's there, but our revenue model is not just dependent on Zlang itself, right? Because we have front-end chatbots, DIY chatbots, starting from 69 dirhams per month going up to 399 dirhams per month. So that is there as well. We have bespoke solutions that we build for clients, and we just closed an LOI of $40,000 with a US client. So that's coming. They're big ticket items. So we are not entirely dependent on Zlang for our income, because we know that is going to take time there. But looking at Stability AI, looking at Cohere, what they have done, looking at Mistral, what they have raised, it is possible. We can get there as well. If this works, sorry, when this works, it works.
You are in theory uniquely positioned actually to kind of build out the AI market here, because most LLMs are not built in this part of the world. Absolutely. And the data sets they hold or they have contain a significant amount of bias. Correct. How are you going to market and convincing clients that it's worth investing in you and in your technology over, say, a Dante AI?
Yeah. One thing, going back to our initial product, right? The demography that we were catering to was the Gen Zers. So by virtue of that, and me being a mother of a Gen Zer and a Gen Alpha, I was very particular that I cannot put out a model that comes up with hallucinations, things like that. So our development team, of course, we have built our language model with inbuilt NVIDIA guardrails, NeMo guardrails, which is what a lot of language models do. But we went in and built additional security tags as well. So the language model, any query that comes in is tagged between 0 and 5. At 4, if a query comes in like, you know, I'm feeling very lonely, I miss my grandma, I want to join her, you know, tell me how to die painfully, and things like that. Kids ask these questions. At that point, the bot really refuses to answer and supplements with support information, right? You know, it's okay to feel lonely, by the way, these are the people that you can talk to, helpline numbers. That happens. At level 5, outrightly reject and flag it and reject that data from going into our language model as well. So the safety guardrails that we have built in, because of the initial demography that we catered to, itself, you know, provides is convincing enough that the hallucinations and the bias and everything is much, much less. Further slides, you will see even testimonials where people have tried out persistently to ask for pirated movies, you know, dangerous information, and our bot has outrightly rejected.
So you think your USP is that you can sell a safe LLM to parents and to people who are concerned?
Yeah. Safe, regional, highly native LLM with the regional data sets. And in every region that we enter, right, we are making impact. We are not out there creating or using our precious compute power and gallons of water to build another lipstick on ChatGPT and gift wrap product. When the dust settles down, we are even one of the companies that are thinking much ahead. We have started putting together an ESG framework, for example, right? When the framework hits, when the governance hits, we are prepared. When the dust settles, Zwag AI will stand tall.
One question about your talent. So, how expensive is it to acquire, retain your talent, and how big is your team at the moment?
Currently, a lot of us are working on sweat equity. So this is how my cap table looks. I have a tech partner, a US-based tech partner, who works for the government, for the sheikhs over here as well. But they are more in the public space, so they wanted to get into a commercial space over here. So they looked at what our idea is, and they said, okay, let's come on board. So they have 3%. And that's where the technological support and the entire AI expertise comes from. But we have our IP. We are even in the process of starting to look at patenting for our processes of training the weights and biases. So that is there. Sunil, originally from UK, and Tina from the US, they are also working on sweat equity. They believe in the vision, the larger mission of ZWAG, and they are on board on the sweat equity. All the advisors are also on the sweat equity as well. I also have an angel investor who's again on SAFE at this point. Pleasure. Pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Priya. Thank you, judges. Now, the judges will take a deliberate of all the scores and will come back to you in 15 minutes. Can everybody else just please stay? We have a guest speaker. Our guest speaker, Maureen.
We'd actually like all the founders to stay while the jury goes, because there's an inspiring story that you must hear when a helicopter mechanic turns into sunwear and swimwear and makes the flip. So do stay and catch her journey. I will actually let Kashish introduce her, but just give us 2 minutes while they finish.
Okay, so I would like to now introduce our guest speaker, Maureen. Before that, let's get to know a little bit about her journey. So Maureen's journey comes from a helicopter mechanic in the Canadian Air Force to becoming the founder, CEO, and head designer of Coega's Sunwear is a testament of her remarkable evolution. After 12 years in the military specializing in fuel systems and hydraulic repairs, Maureen pursued her passion for sewing. In the year 2000, she moved to Dubai and identified a need for protective sunwear, giving birth to the innovative pool shoe. Over the past 19 years, Maureen's dedication and eye for detail have driven Coega's Sunwear's expansion, offering over 100 different styles for the entire family. Her ability to adapt, innovate, and collaborate with major brands amplifies her entrepreneurial and business acumen. Coega stands as a commendable company in the fashion sector, embodying inclusivity and excellence. Please welcome Maureen.
Hi there. Yes, it was very inspiring to hear all of the pitches today, and I much admired how everybody just got up here and was speaking so freely. I did take notes here for myself to read, but I'm going to try and do it without them. So Plato coined the phrase, necessity is the mother of invention. And here we are today. That was back in 375 BC. And here we are today in 2023, and that phrase still stands true. My name's Maureen, as I was introduced, my name's Maureen Hall. I'm the founder and CEO of Coega Sunwear, and I've been designing and selling swimwear for over 19 years now here in Dubai. I moved to Dubai in 2000 with my family, and spending much time at the pool and beach with young boys was an everyday occurrence. We soon realized that we needed some sun protection because we have quite sensitive skin and we were getting sunburnt often. So I decided, with my sewing background, luckily my mom taught all 9 of her children how to sew, and I'd been making all my own clothes, not all, a lot of my own clothes since I was 15 years old. And I had even started making my own swimwear when